Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. Today we're delving into SAP Business Technology Platform (BTP) with CAP, a powerful combination for building modern business applications. Let us dive into a crucial topic that's reshaping the landscape of business operations: SAP Business Technology Platform with CAP. Simply put, SAP BTP with CAP combines the power of SAP's Business Technology Platform with the Cloud Application Programming Model, CAP. It's a dynamic duo that empowers businesses to build, run, and manage intelligent applications seamlessly. SAP BTP with CAP isn't just another tech trend, it's transformative. Studies reveal a 50% boost in productivity for companies using it, with over 15,000 businesses already benefiting. In today's fast-paced digital landscape, embracing innovation is key to staying ahead. SAP BTP with CAP isn't just about keeping pace, it's about spearheading a future where businesses excel amidst perpetual change. In this course, we'll break down everything you need to know about SAP BTP with CAP. From understanding its core components to exploring real-world applications, consider this your comprehensive guide to mastering this cutting-edge technology. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. What is SAP BTP? 2. BTP environments. 3. SAP BTP and CAP overview. 4. Cloud Foundry environment. 5. Cloud Foundry architecture. Let's dive in.
First of all, let me give you some overview on SAP BTP before I jumping into the actual of CAP development. Okay, so basically, what is SAP BTP platform means, right? Okay, so those, I mean, I'm not aware if you guys are aware of the previous version of cloud technology by SAP. That the first version was HANA Cloud platform, which as very known was HCP, which was almost back in 2015, 16, 17 somewhere. Then this has came by SAP Cloud Platform, which was specialized in new environment. Basically, it was more centric to Fury application development on cloud with the Web ID tool what we have in the, and then of course the Web ID full stack. You guys might have heard when you are interacted with the Fury developers, you might have seen that. Then in 2020 20 or somewhere, okay, 19 probably is like BTP came into the picture, where they have hosted every services what they have earlier in the previous version, followed by SAP Cloud Platform, now in SAP Basic Technology. So this is the Play Cloud platform which SAP has from earlier already from past few years, but now they have made it a little larger scale. Okay, so the very first version was specific to HANA, because when they have launched the HANA, S4 HANA, that time they wanted to have a, like, to provide the full-fledged support to basically Fury application development. In the SAP, when they have second version of SAP Cloud Platform, their focus was again on SAP Fury elements-based development with respect to S4 HANA, and they have also launched the cloud version as well. But they were more main focus centric was still on Fury on cloud, and it was more of a new environment which is specific to SAP domain itself. So now they have enlarged it, like of course whatever feature they have earlier, whatever feature with additional, they have come up with SAP Business Technology Platform, which has HANA System Cloud version. They have Neo already, but they might expire maybe after a few years or very soon probably. The main target is Cloud Foundry environment, and there's another runtime environment they have introduced, which is ABAP Cloud in runtime environment. They have a Kima runtime environment. So there are two, three different set of environment to support a business development at high, next level, not only in SAP but in non-SAP platform as well. For example, earlier the development was very much specific to SAP Fiori type of development, right? But now, if you see in development tool of BTP, provides the various other software development support for language perspective. For example, it's like it will very much support Earlier, it was supporting, of course, JavaScript and Node.js, but now it can support Java as well. It was somehow up to a certain extent was supported in Neo also earlier, but it's now more powerful. But this time they have also going to support other language like Python we have, right? Vue.js we have. So there are different languages. They have tried to make it available for non-SAP domain developer. They can also use this platform to build their application, not only restricted to S4 HANA, but they can have their own other database system. Let's say, for example, to build a backend service with Java language. So that such kind of the Python language is there now, so that you can actually develop a Python services on BTP as well. You can host and deploy. So the I would say the area which BTP has covered is now a bit larger scale. So it was a little bit restricted earlier, but now it's a very much wide range. So if you see here, uh, the diagram you see here, business technology platform, it has mentioned like it has a four major pillars, right, which defines a database and data management. What database and data management indicates here is like it's talking about S4 HANA. So for example, let's say, let me show you that. So when I talk about normals, for example, let's say we have a four major block here. Okay, so one block which is referring to S4 HANA or analytics. Then we have another four. We have these four major blocks available here, right? So in these blocks, first block it is known as something called database and management, right? If you see a database and data management, so what it has, right? So what it supports is it has a various other information. For example, it supports, uh, let's say the very first thing which it can be going to support is that which is your SP, S4, I can say just S4 HANA. Now, when we say S4 HANA, though it is on premise, it is not cloud. So it supports your S4 HANA on premise. It supports again S4 HANA, then cloud version. So what's the major difference between S4 HANA and cloud is S4 HANA, they are talking about your database and all this business logic. It resides in your SAP domain, SAP on-premise system within your organization, basically, right? As for when I come to S4 HANA Cloud, it means our database and all the business logic resides on the cloud version of it. On the cloud, it has a two version, public cloud and we have private cloud. So it's up to you, but it is not resides on organization system. Rather, it is on SAP managed cloud infrastructure, where it is applicable to all set of business user who is trying to access and use it. But of course it has to be restricted to your there are different set of terminology they you have to buy, and you make all this um, HANA Cloud database available for your organization, and you can also take a some chunk of it to make it private. So that's another different thing. So we have a two set of S4 HANA support here. Now you might have worked or probably you might have heard it about is very commonly used thing is nowadays, which is data intelligence, which is very one of the most important segment which has been introduced by SAP in SAP cloud. Okay, so this is where they are having putting all this data analytics and whatever supports they having with respect to, you might have seen nowadays we have a data science and all these things, right? So kind of those scenario they are trying to cover in this segment. Then SAP master data, right, governance is also very much used scenario nowadays. You might be aware of it. MDG you might have heard also, but which is existing one, master data governance support. And then it has another topic which is supports is adaptive server. Okay, what is adaptive servers now here? So it can whatever we have on SAP, right? So it's not going to restrict on with respect to your S4 HANA. Like let's say I have a database and my data, whatever I want to manage. So it's not only restricted to your S4 HANA, rather it can connect with different server provider to make your data management smooth. So it is for all these SAP and non-SAP integration of the database and data management. So it covers all this segment inside one of your segment, which is called database and data management, right? So in this area now, when we talk about some kind of information, let's say we talk about the backend logic, we talk about the data modeling, all these things and stuff. So it categorized in those area when you do any database related something, so it will come into that picture. So we have this as called database and data management. Clear? Now, in this segment, after this, it has another set of one of the most important aspects which you might see is here is this. So if you see in the PPT, we have something called analytics, right? So as for okay, how many of you have worked on analyticals as an application? Like in Fury, we have different types of application, right? We have transactional, analytical, fact set, and all these things. So yeah, it's actually yeah. I mean, yeah. When you come to S4 HANA, so S4 HANA having a very powerful support for analytics, right? So I know, I mean, use case relies, it depends on, because in SAP domain also, like most of the application and business what you might be doing is more of transactional and report type of application. But analytics is one of the major advantage what basically provide by S4 HANA. So generally when we talk about any kind of analytics development related to, so it used to go by S4 HANA. Now what in BTP they have done is, so they have segregated something separate part of it as an analytics, something called analytic cloud itself. So what you will see here, all the business development for analytical apps, of course you can still do in the S4 HANA analytical support. What you have could be yours restricted or could be completely freely available. But now, at least at the layer of cloud version, they have a separate chunk of SAP Analytic Cloud. Okay, so I told na SAP S4 HANA Cloud is not exactly the way you see in S4 HANA on-premise system, because in S4 Cloud there are different topics, terminology, like we have S4 HANA Data Lake, we have a Data Sphere, right? We have same thing, various HDI containers. So these are the things which you generally use it as a database in your solution. And one of the part is analytical cloud, where you can directly interact with not directly complete S4 HANA Cloud, but rather it's one part of it, which is SAP Analytic, right? And then out of MDG, they have also separated something called one thing is called data warehouse cloud. Okay, so like earlier, this data warehouse is something is again a separate chunk was available in S4 HANA on-premise. Now this has been also segregated and it has been came into the same segment of analytics. So all this warehouse management, what you see is separated on the cloud version. It's not integrated as it's in the on-premise. Now BI support, right? Business intelligence. So all this business, what you have seen or you might have worked with, all the BI consultant who is working on it. So all the business, they have all these business object and BI consulting have they have also separated in business intelligence, right? So these things has came as a separate service under analytics to make it even more powerful. Let's say some for some client may not have a requirement of having an entire cloud database. They may have a requirement only for, hey, I want to just use your S4 HANA cloud analytics feature, right? So why they should buy? Because see, when it comes to any service, it's paid version, right? So it's something that SAP have to charge it. So these are the things earlier, or in fact currently also probably up to certain extent is still present in S4 HANA on-premise system, which you buy it. Now on cloud, so they have segregated all these features so that the customer focus on their need and they have to pay only what they need actually, rather taking the entire bunch of cloud system, they can just pay for whatever they are actually using it for that purpose. Okay, so that's why analytics has been actually separated. But if you see, both are almost similar kind of. It come from the same background. Okay, so next what you will see here, application development and integration. This is one of the, again, one of the most important part where we actually do all our development, right? So on this development area, it has, as I mentioned, it has various development tools available. These tools makes you, familiar with your interaction with your database, interaction with your technology, what you have on BTP, or even on premise. So SAP has come up with two different development environment provided. I mean, what I mean to say is development environment means with respect to suit. So, okay, I will come that. So what I am writing here is something called application development support. Okay, application dev, and I say integration. So what it has. So in this case, what they are having is they are having us one of the field called SAP uh, extension suite, right? You might have done extension, right? So all the extension, whatever you do, be it your S4 HANA extension, you might have done the S4 HANA, or let's say CDS extension or data services, whatever extension you might have done, right? So similar way, if you want to do such extension in your application, right? So there are two types of extension, right? May I know, anybody know it? What type of extension I'm talking about? Like in SAP on-premise also, you have a very commonly used terminology for extension. So what type of extension you guys have worked with? Okay. So in SAP extension suite, now SAP has came up with the separate environment setup given to organization. Ki, hey, if you want to do certain extension, be it your backend, be it your front end, be it your middle layer, come and do in this particular suite. Okay, so it has suite means like a complete environment setup or a landscape setup where you are going to develop your application, where you are going to deploy your application, where you can go and customize and add some extension on your existing solution. On top of it, you have a feasibility to extend or in fact integrate a non-SAP solution also, or SAP standard solution also. So extension suite is designed for your extensibility requirement, not only for S/4HANA on what you do in ABAP side, but rather on the UI side, or also integrating or extending your business application with even a third party tool or services, or even SAP provided services, that you can do all these extension activity on extension suite, right? Now there's something called integration suite. Okay, so when it comes to integration suite, what we mean by integration suite here? So like you guys have a SAP PIPO team, right? So process integrator team, right? What they do basically now you can do in integration suite. Integration suite means here is whatever integration you are doing it with respect to different services or tools. Let's say you have to integrate your SAP system with your Salesforce or Kafka or any n number of services you have available. You have to integrate all together to build one solution, right? So such integration activity where you are not majorly doing extension, but rather you are, let's say I have to integrate all these four blocks together and create another block, right? So this is called your integration. So those kind of integration activity where you are integrating your custom solution or SAP standard solution to any SAP solution or non-SAP solution, or it could be any third party things you want to integrate, because not SAP can provide end-to-end solution for everything, or probably SAP may provide, but it may not suit your requirement, or maybe whatever SAP is providing, there is something better option available for integration, right? For your business requirement, Then at that time, what you have to do is some part of SAP, some part of the third party, whatever you want to integrate into the system, and then make your actual business scenario implementation, right? So this is the activity which you perform, which is called SAP integration suite. Okay. Similar way, there are another topic, so another field which is called as SAP process orchestration. So this is a more of kind of so the such scenario where we generally deal with only any specific business process or any kind of architectural activity you want to perform, right? So basically in this area, what you do is as a single business process, let's say you wanted to have a seamless support for your activity what you do, right? So SAP process organized software supports your any custom uh, or SAP standard process what you have implemented or you have integrated in your solution, right? So SAP technology platform provides to improve your such integration of your process orchestration or your such integration with more efficient, and it has a lot of commands to manage it in a better way rather doing it in your SAP system, right? So it has a support for your on-premise support also it can do you, right? It has a, you guys are might have doing data modeling deployment all these things, so all these process it's actually going to be a seamless process if you are going to use this service which is called SAP process orchestration. It also has uh, definitely more support on your integration capability. And when we talk about, look, what happens, the major advantage here is on cloud, like they have segregated all these bunch of services and capacity on cloud, so that a customer has to pay only what they need it, right? Rather you buy everything, whether it is not useful for your scenario, whether your solution or business doesn't need it, but it is still came as a package, right? But you are still paying it for that, right? So that's the idea key on when it comes to cloud. They have segregated all these terminologies so that your business is will be a little bit more little bit cost effective, and in fact a better support available on your SAP business when we talk about any implementation, right? Now next what we have is SAP app giver. Okay, so see again, this is app giver is one of the kind, I will say, the kind of uh, tool, or I would say a kind of I would say in case of uh, anything which you wanted to develop a automated type of process, right? Or something you might have heard or you might be not knowing, or I'm not sure, but there's something called low code no code scenario. Okay, so this app giver is actually providing that support. Okay, this app giver is actually is a where you don't have to write a lot of coding here. Okay, so this app giver is provides such support to build your application not only by a technical person, but actually by a functional also, if they have a little bit knowledge on the tool, where because here you are not actually going do the actual coding, rather you have a tool to drag and drop your business scenario. Some, you have to give us some, there is just some training available on on by SAP side to train that user, which is called some kind of I forgot the terminology name. Uh, so something a user. Okay, there's some terminology called it. So that user, citizen developer. Okay, so that citizen developer is the one who is having a little bit idea of this tool, and they have an idea of your business context. So let's say if I say techno functional, probably that person can actually build an application using this tool. So it is app giver supports a low code or no code platform that gives you a possibility to create any kind of application, any kind, I would say like sort of any Fiori apps or probably the supported apps on your BTP so that it can run as a business scenario. So it is more of application development only, but not with the code. Rather, it is a tool which you have to use it, understand the business object, drag drop the functionality is available, how you want to see the application first page, how you want to link with the line item to your objects item, how you want to put some certain type of filter where and all. So if that clarity you have it, you can very much develop your application. So this is a another app giver feature available by the SAP, which is very huge. Actually, a kind of success, actually, I would say, because which is hardly, I mean, basically is getting utilized many various organization with their functional to do their techno functional, I would say, not a pure functional, but a techno personal is very, very useful. Okay, so there another one you might have heard is something called SAP Process Automation. Okay, so now what it does? Okay, uh, okay. See, the name indicates, right? Name indicates is it is automation activity, right? So workflow, right? You guys have might have worked also on workflow or some kind of automated process which you carried out with some sort of your automation, like or you design some workflow, or you might have done some background job configuration, which basically triggers or does your work without any human interaction, right? Or less human interaction, right? So it will basically used in such workflow design, right, which is going to perform some kind of task with certain flow of your work you designs, right? So again, a workflow design is again kind of like a tool based. Most of the time you see a tool wise, like let's say I want to process from here, let's say user has logged in, now this has to go where it has to fetch our data service, then it has to validate. So this arrow kind of thing, so if it's success, then go to next, if it's error, go back and return some error message, and again come back, and then go to the next step, validate the business object what you receive, and then display some information. So that kind of flow wise, so if you have some kind of workflow, let's say just for example, an employee has joined or has interviewed something to the organization, right? So this is a kind of defined process, right? It is the process cannot be changed, right? So what is the first step? You receive the CV of like whatever resource you're trying to hiring. Then first you receive the CV. Second process would be like next step would be evaluate. Then third process would be okay, go and have an interview. Now interview you can have again a number of rounds that you can define, but I'm talking about the set of, because these are the steps cannot be changed, right? So then after the interview process, you have a HR interview, and then you probably have a manager interview, and then you have an offer release, right? And then you have a date of joining, then you have resource allotment, right? So all these 8 to 10 activities, what you perform or hiring a particular employee in your organization, it is a fixed process, right? So that process you can automate. So that kind of tool building is workflow design, which you can achieve by process automation, right? So this is the development tool, which these are the segment what you see. It comes under those area of application development and integration of that process. Okay. The one last is intelligent technology, which is very much new in SAP domain as of now, but it is still support when it comes to now see the technology is changing, right? We all know it, like the kind of things what you see, right? Like data intelligence we have now, we have a machine learning, we have a AI coming to the picture, right? So to support all this new technology, right? So they have given a new segment which is called intelligent technology, okay, or intelligent technology supports. So what we do here is, or you may guys like see when you come to the BTP area, right? You are not restricted to any one technology. Let's say ABAP you are going to do, or CAP you are going to do, or Fury you are going to do. You have a actually tremendous opportunity basically to learn all these things, and you can enhance your career in those segment, of course based on the use cases what you learn from it. But these features you should know, like in the future if you are going to come with such opportunity, you would be able to do it. So okay, so the last topic is this, like what it has intelligent technology. So the very first thing is robotic process automation, right? So see, in various industry, they have now kind of robotic supports they have implemented, right? So why it is getting famous, especially in the area of manufacturing sector, right? So you know that, and also SAP that has the large major customer, number from the manufacturing sector, right? So that's the reason one of the solution is the major, I would say, go for SAP was this, why they are bringing the robotic process automation, so that they don't have to uh, basically see if any manufacturing which having SAP solution, but they to perform their task automated by a particular robot, they may have to either import a third party robot and all these things they have to integrate. So now SAP is saying, okay, I have given you the software now, so whatever it resides in our SAP system can be part of your robotic process automation. So you we don't have to integrate again separately. Rather, SAP supports now the my solution. Of course, there are some limitation as of now; it's very early stage, but it do supports, it do provide, and as such kind of SAP intelligent robotic process automation has been given a thumbs up by many manufacturing company, where they are going to directly. They already have a SAP system now. They'll be easily will be integrated with robotic process system. They can automate their process of manufacturing or any n number of things what they are doing it. Another topic is which is called SAP conversational AI, right? Okay, so uh, you might have seen nowadays we have a lot of AI tool available in the market, right? So, but these AI tool having a categorized, okay. So what you see, for example, let's say Chat GPT, okay. So ChatGPT is your AI tool, which is actually a conversational AI. Okay, basically, it's going to communicate with you. If you ask something, they are giving you the question, right? So lot of tool. ChatGPT, I'm one of the example I'm saying. Nowadays we have a lot of tools. So what is a conversational AI? You see chatbot, right? If you go to any website, a good website, or even SAP website or any online website nowadays, you have some kind of chatbot is coming to the picture, right? So these are the conversational chatbot. Okay. Now, of course, this chatbot you can make it intelligent with AI. So AI having their own sort of library available. So to make your conversation and to make it even a more interactive with the AI, to make it even a powerful, right? You AI is like something you don't have to uh, code every time statically. Rather, the AI tool will learn from you, okay, so that the AI tool becomes smart enough to give your query. So that kind of AI tool, conversational tool building, let's say chatbot itself, is one of the um, steps whether SAP has put into the SU, okay, and they are trying to make it even a bigger one. So earlier already has some chatbot, but now this chatbot is getting converted into AI tool. Now one of the very famous tool which is coming on the SAP BTP is Joule, is one of the tool available right now to automate the process. Okay, so this is one of the AI segment is supported, which is other than cloud you will not find, because of course on premise you cannot do it. Okay, now you might be heard of already SAP IoT. Is a very, I mean, it's an existing technology, so I think of course the internet of things you got might be knowing already. So yes, that support also available on B2B. Then there are another service which related to AI only, which is SAP AI Business Service. Okay, now what is the difference between these two on the top? Okay, so let me put this down. Okay, and what is the difference here? Conversational AI is building a tool basically, okay, with the AI help of that. Now SAP AI Business, here the difference is this will support you AI related building your application. Let's say you want to integrate your ERP solution, which is up and running on BTP. You wanted to have its capability integrated with AI. AI tool. There, SAP AI Business has been launched now. It has two different services, which is one is SAP AI Launchpad, one is SAP AI Core, which basically helps to provide you the set of support, the library, the hosting environment, where you can integrate with your AI solution. That's where SAP has came up with SAP AI Business. But again, of course, there is still, I mean, in the area of more development, they are still making it more powerful. But they have already released it, and the organization where they are extensively moving to AI with the SAP, they are actually using it also. If you guys have attended the previous or probably previous webinar, the previous webinar was focused on completely on more of on their AI, uh, what they are going to do in coming future. So then there's something called generative AI, right? So what generative AI means is the difference with conversational means you can conversation, do conversation exchange. That is your conversation API, right? AI. But when I say generative AI, so what does it mean is, so you give some input, it's generative, give you some output. Let's say I am giving some kind of input information. Okay, so this is my name, this is my ID, whatever, blah blah blah. Or probably let's say a sales order. Let's say I'm giving a sales order, I'm giving a sales whatever information required to fetch a report from the system and give me as a document, report document. So if it's that kind of generation or document generation happening via your AI tool, which is nothing but use generative AI. It can generate a document, it can generate a MP3, MP4, like video, audio, whatever it is. So such kind of development, if they are doing it, or if you have such kind of interaction with the AI tool, it's called generative AI. It means based on your input, it should generate something and give you. That is your generative AI. So that support comes under SAP AI Business as well. Okay. Now there's something another topic which is okay. One of the last what support we have is like of course IoT, Internet on Things is I'm very much sure you guys have already aware of it. So it's a pre-existing service which provided by SAP supports. Then apart from that, you have another supports for one of the another existing services in on BTP. Okay, so all these services combinedly whenever we talk about such kind of service, so we have an SAP something called process, uh, like you might have heard the terminology called SAS, right? Or pass. Okay, so these kind of terminology, it's giving you the feature that has a support for a platform. Let's say if you're buying a platform like platform as a service, so it's called pass. Or we have a SaaS, service as a like whatever you are going to use the platform as a platform, or you will use a service. So based on that only SAP will provide you your solution, tools, and all this infra support for your technology. So these are the major blocks which is available in the area of your uh, SAP BTP. Okay, so this was the I think one of the major I think introduction which I have gave you. I hope you guys are almost aware of now what SAP BTP capabilities are right now in the area of the SAP domain itself, and then what are the things we can actually perform it, right? Okay. So now when we coming to like all this thing I have already covered, okay, and so let's not go again. So now another topic what I will explain you is that before this you need to understand something what we have all this information in case of when we talk about a BTP, how the infrastructure look like, right? So uh, see, basically any kind of platform you have it, right? All these platform having a different set of information or a set of tools or environment available, which is actually going to give you all this feasibility. Okay, so our development, our CAP training or any kind of training which we are going to perform is going to have a into a different one of the environment, right? So the environment we just now we talk about, which is called extension suite. Okay, so what we will be doing it here and how it's going to uh, suit in our development environment that you need to understand. So now, why we are using this extension suite? Because we are going to build one of the side-by-side extension, okay, and one of the business service development, application development. Basically, we are actually doing to do some kind of extension. Doesn't mean you do extension on existing uh, object of business object or in SAP standard solution what they have given. Extension means also like you are building something on top of your SAP solution which is available, or you build a completely new solution from the database what you have available, right? So in extension suite, what all the tools you required here, okay? So first of all, let's understand what it is going to support in our scenario. So what environments we need here is on BTP, we have a certain set of environments. Okay. So what environment we need here is, see, we have already extension suite. We have other different set of environments available. So for example, let's say if I'm talking about any environment, let's say I have a ABAP environment. So which we'll call, let's say, which is called ABAP cloud environment. Okay, now see what is this ABAP cloud. Okay, so ABAP cloud means you are not going to code on ABAP on cloud or on BTP basically. Okay, you are going to connect, okay, you are going to connect to your development environment or the BTP environment to where, to the, just for login, okay, login to where, the login to your Eclipse editor. Okay, are you guys, are have you used Eclipse for the ABAP development, or you are just using XC38 like for your development?
Yeah, we
We
have
use
Okay,
used
so
it.
Eclipse.
yeah, so ADT is the one of the tool which you can actually log in to. Basically, here you are just performing some set of login. Your actual development you are not going to do in on BTP with the ABAP because there are no such support of coding development on BTP for ABAP. Rather, just a service consumption. Okay, so connect, or you can say you connect from to here. Now, in this environment, whenever this is one of the environment we have for ABAP Cloud. So this is a specific to your ABAP Cloud business development, or you are making some sort of development to generate your OData service, and this OData service is going to consume by basically any UI development, Fury development, or any kind of interface development. You do it here. So you build a service, an exposure service. Okay, build O data service. Okay, so what happened here is like you are building OData service, and this you are exposing it so that it is going to define or probably going to use by a front end or Fury developer to integrate in your application. Okay, so this is for ABAP Cloud. So now again, so this ABAP Cloud supports only RAP based development, not a classical uh, development. Okay, so when I say classical, when I say RAP, there's a difference between these is, so RAP is RESTful ABAP programming, which is helping you to make uh, your order service is more of open API kind of, okay, like API type behavior, not restricted to only your on-premise. Okay, dev. Okay, so that things what we do is here. Okay, now, so this when you develop this auditor service, which you are going to pretty much go and then you actually expose, when you expose this service, now the question is this how you're going to consume on your cloud. That's the next level. We'll come back. Now, apart from this environment, we have another environment which is called we have another set of environment which is, or I would say, no, not this, 1 minute. Okay, let me. Okay, so we have another set of environment which we call it any sort of very much famous and very much useful environment which is called Cloud Foundry. Cloud. Foundry. Okay, so here this is your I would runtime. Okay, when I say environment, it is I mean to say runtime environment, right? Where you are developing and deploying your application. Okay, so we have one is ABAP Cloud runtime. We have another one is Cloud Foundry runtime. Okay, so now what happens here is what major difference we have it here is 1 minute. Okay, so yeah, so what's the major difference we have it here is in terms of Cloud Foundry development, runtime environment, you are going to develop everything on BTP itself. Like you don't have to connect to any other tool or let's say Eclipse you're connecting or something. Of course, I mean UI developer can do in the other tool which is called local tool like VS Code and all, they can use it, but do. But what I mean to say is here, you are on Cloud Foundry's runtime when you are trying to use it. In that scenario, you have to deploy your application on cloud itself. It you should not be basically when you have choose the okay runtime environment, then it should be on your Cloud Foundry. So you develop wherever, but it has to deploy, it has to develop or configure all the activity you have to do on the Cloud Foundry. So here you do the development, okay, development on BTP, okay, with something called BAS, Business Application Studio is one of the tool. Okay, this is the dev tool which we use for all this development. Now, so what development we do here? What kind of development we can do here? So yes, we can do here is we can do Fiori development, we can do CAP development, and we can do any various open source language development. So here what we can do Fiori apps development. Okay, we can do CAP development, and we can do like Java, Python, okay, uh, Python, etc. development. Okay, so these kind of development we can actually perform directly on BTP itself. Like you don't here you see there is no no ABAP involvement here, but yes, as I said, this auditor service which you have developed, right? In the if I'm talking about the CAP, right? Sorry, if I'm talking about only for the ABAP environment, let's say you have developed ABAP service. So what will happen now? So this service you have exposed. Now this service can be used here as an auditor service. Okay. So yes, this service I can still consume in my development object on BTP, right? But only for Fury. So this service can be available to my dev tool to consume as just one of the service. But when it comes to CAP, CAP is what is CAP means. So CAP is itself is one of the if I talk about apart from okay, I will do one thing. I will not keep this object here. Let me segregate it. Otherwise, it will be confusing. Okay, so any interface you do, so you can use this. The auditor service which has been exposed via your classical, it may be your S4 on my system, or it could be your whatever system you have available in terms of, let's say, RAP programming development or your S4 on-premise development, all is possible. So you can use and combine it here so that you can do Fiori apps development or any no, I mean HTML5 or wherever, I mean basically what Vue.js application development where you just have to consume this auditor service. But when it comes to CAP, okay, so this CAP here will not see this. I will say this in case of CAP development, you expose a service. When you expose a service, this will become a backend service. So CAP means these are what you see here. You are basically you are developing a backend service, right? Backend service development. Okay, so basically here you are doing a backend service development, right? Backend service means like of course the auditor service what you are you are going to expose here from the OData. So CAP itself, when we say CAP, right? So what CAP stands for is it's a one of the backend development with the cloud application programming, right? So I can just say here is, let's say I'm taking one example for CAP, not I'm talking about Java, Python, I'm not talking about right now. I just give an example. Yes, you can actually build and you can use as a API, right? So here CAP is cloud application programming. Okay, so this is it's very much similar to RAP CAP, right? So RAP is mainly focused on ABAP. CAP is not mainly focused on other than ABAP. You can of course build a backend service, but with Node.js being your runtime language, right? Okay, so here there is no ABAP. Okay, so there is no ABAP here. So what does it mean that, like, you cloud application programming with Node.js will actually develop an auditor service, again a service which is also act as auditor service. Okay, so with Node.js provides data service, right? So what it does is, so whenever you have any sort of application development with the CAP, basically it is going to give you at the end result as an auditor service, because auditor service, of course, right, in in SAP domain, it is one of the largely used I mean basically I would say the API, in terms of API they used is nothing but the auditor service. They, from the RAP, you can also make it a RESTful API that it can be available on the web, right? And but earlier it used to be like for ECC system, or let's say as pure on premise, you if you're not making it RAP programming, it is going to be a simply auditor service which is restricted to your ERP system only. But with the RAP and CAP, you can actually make it web-based accessible app, or web-based, sorry, not app, as a service, I would say. When you register on your cloud platform, it will become open API also. It will behave like that, right? So those things you can actually do with the cloud application programming with Node.js, and it end result is nothing but your CAP development, right? So now after this development, see what I see is the arrow you see here. Though you develop ABAP Cloud RAP programming, you do the development in Eclipse. You have developed one of the, like, of course, building block for auditor service, and then you have integrated, or probably we consume this same service and we can make a use of it. Okay, so what we were discussing here is, like, you have this CAP development. With the CAP, you are actually basically we are doing exposing the auditor. Okay, what I was explaining here is, when you build a auditor service, we consume here on development on BTP based only, right? With the BAS is development tool, and we develop a Fury. Now when we develop this Fury, we have two options again here. Okay, this application, here you consume it, right? So here I'm going to consume this here as a auditor service. You consume in basically you consume, or I would say integrate. Okay, consume auditor service. Okay, here in this segment. So basically how we make it available, and all these things are, like, of course, a configuration activity. Like there is a way you can actually connect all these like S4 system, whatever you are developing on my system or wherever you develop, but it has to be have a some set of channel configuration available so that you can fetch the data. So right now I'm just saying you are just developing here, you develop with us, you consume, you expose, and then this is ready to consume in your development. Now instead of this kind of development, you have two choices. Okay, what choices you have? It this Fiori application you can deploy, okay, on two different platforms. For example, let's say you wanted to, you have just used BAS as a development tool, but you are going to deploy it on premise. Let's say you are going to deploy on S4 on, or I would say on premise, cloud, whatever, in S4 system.
in S4 ABAP system, I would say. It means both. OP means on-premise and cloud. Both you can use it here. Okay, so you would see now deployment means you are configuring the Fury Launchpad, the cloud, and sorry, of course, catalog, groups, roles mapping. All you do in the S4 ABAP system now, right? But when it comes to now, this is not necessary that you can do it here only. You can actually do this development and deployment on Cloud Foundry also. For example, you may have consumed the service. Now deploy on Cloud Foundry. So instead, you can do it on Cloud Foundry. So though you are using the S4 services here, but you have the feasibility that you can actually deploy it and keep it on Cloud Foundry itself, like on BTP itself. When I say Cloud Foundry, it means on BTP. Here, it is your on-premise system, S4 ABAP system. It could be on-premise, it could be your ABAP cloud system. Okay, but Cloud Foundry is not a ABAP system. It is a open runtime environment, open cloud system. There you can actually do the deployment and do all this activity of your application configuration, deployment, and all these activity you perform on Cloud Foundry. So in this scenario, you have both the option available. Now, when it comes to Fury CAP-based application, there you cannot there is one restriction here. So when you consume a service which is built by CAP, right? And here, since the CAP itself is going to, first of all, it's going to host on Cloud Foundry, right? So if you see here, this ABAP Cloud means your service is in hosting on ABAP system only, right? But here, this is going to be a part of the Cloud Foundry, means deployment is going to happen on the cloud. So in this part, you have to be like this area is for deployment, right? Deployment, or I would say hosting. So here you have both the option, deployment and hosting of application, hosting of app. So all these things you can do here in this area itself. You have both the option available, right? But when it comes to CAP, so in terms of CAP, you know you have to always do the deployment on Cloud Foundry. You cannot do it on ABAP system, on Cloud Foundry runtime. Okay, deployment on Cloud Foundry. So this activity, what you see is, it has to be very much restricted to Cloud Foundry only. And so the application which you are using, let's say the application which you are going to use the CAP, right? This is your CAP service, or I would say here in this scenario, when you are going to consume this service, the auditor service based on CAP service, right? Consume, I would say CAP auditor service in the Fury app development, which you are going to use from this CAP application. So CAP application stands for, when we say CAP service, it means auditor service. When I say CAP application, it means the application, the Fury apps which has used the CAP service, which is called your uh, activity. So here, when I'm using this CAP, now see, Fury app development is one of the most, I would say, the popular user interface in SAP domain, which they use it for your deployment perspective, right? So in this area, whenever you use it, it is actually going to use the CAP service. In that scenario, you have to put this application on the Cloud Foundry model. So it cannot be going to put on ABAP or any of other stack. So if you are doing it, it has to be on your Cloud Foundry. So I hope you understood the difference between that. So when you do the ABAP based development, so it could be your S4 on-premise, it could be your ABAP cloud here, any kind of development when you do. I mentioned a runtime environment of BTP. Okay, so I have taken the two major runtime environment. There are another runtime environment which is schema and other stuff, but our target environment will be your Cloud Foundry. And so here I have just gave you an example, and of course trying to make you understand. Let's not confuse when we need to saying, let's say ABAP development and CAP development will perform the same thing. No, it will not actually. Okay, so it has certain restriction. ABAP auditor service you can consume, then you can actually have option both you can host on the respective ABAP system and as well as on the Cloud Foundry. The reason being here you are just using a auditor service, so you have this. But when you are building a CAP application here in the Cloud Foundry, in that scenario you have certain restriction. Okay, so those restrictions are very simple. That restriction in the sense like, see, CAP stands for cloud, right? So CS stands for here cloud application programming in the CAP. In this scenario, it has to be developed on cloud. The whatever you are developing with that application consuming a service, it has to be by a CAP service. Then it has to be developed and host on the Cloud Foundry only. So now hosting is again a separate like to how you hosting is. I think we don't have in our scope of discussion. I'm just giving overview. Hosting means I'm talking about deep configuration of your application, which is Launchpad, right? Fury Launchpad. So Cloud Foundry do have their own set of launchpad like ABAP system you have, right? You configure your catalog groups and all these stuff and do all this right activity. But in case of uh, Cloud Foundry also, there is a certain set of uh, set available of your Launchpad. That is one of the service which is available that you can host your application. Where there also you have to configure cloud, sorry, catalog, groups, roles creation, assignment to the user. So the logic wise, concept wise, I would say remain the same, but the way of doing is a bit different. Okay, that's the something which because your environment, your landscape is changing, so obviously all these things will be going to be changed, right? So this is what is one of the part why I was trying to explain you. This is how the framework is designed for your extension suite. It has of course this is not the only what I have discussed is based on our um requirement of training. Okay, there are a lot of things in extension suite. This is one of the part like Fury development and CAP development, ABAP development. There are other specs which I have mentioned here in extension suite. If you see, okay, I have okay extension suite may there are again different set of set like you can have development flexible low code no code development you can do SAP business services what you have mentioned right in these things it actually comes under extension suite. All the business process automation also comes under extension suite. So there are a lot of services which comes under extension suite. CAP, ABAP, Fury is one of them or few of their services. Okay, it's a very big suite design actually, and this is one part of it. Okay, so you understood, I hope, all this part introduction, the type, the whatever it has offered with respect to difference in ABAP Cloud, and then what all the services it offers. I have tried to make you understanding it. But there are one more topic that is something this one. Okay. So now see, whenever you develop, deploy, or build something, you need to understand what you understood so far till now. What is BTP? What it has inside, and then what is our development area in this training we are going to use, and how this works. Okay, in the area of like development, design, and deployment. Okay, now so this is the area of environment, right? Now how this extension suite may you have a something called dev. We have a 3 or 4 type of right tier architecture, like dev, quality, production. Some having dev, integration, quality, and production. So they have 3 to 4 tier structure we follow, right? So you need to understand that first. See where you have to develop and how you can going to link those development, quality, and production to on the cloud system, right? On the basis of the cloud, right? So that thing is very important here. Okay, so let's say um, you having your organization having a BTP. They have taken one BTP account, and that BTP account. Okay, so till here, is anybody having any question before I move to uh, design of our sub account, how it with respect to dev quality and production? We can actually develop a very complete custom scratch service from the CAP. You can expose as an auditor service, but there is a provision. like you can use the predefined already developed wrap service, or let's say for an example of SAP API, right? API Hub. So whatever you see in the SAP HANA and HANA Cloud version, they are mostly and largely built on wrap program itself, right? So you have a provision to use those API or ODT service into your CAP application as an external service, and that on top of it you can expose as an CAP service. So yes, there is a provision you can use and integrate in your CAP service, but you can actually develop a complete scratch or new application development or a service development from CAP. It doesn't depends on your wrap program. It's up to you. You wanted to have, let's say you have some master data wrap program available, you wanted to expose that as in via CAP only, then reuse it as an API endpoint in your CAP application. I will show you how you can import those external API. So let's say API hub, any API, and I can put in my CAP. So that CAP will have both the services now, like the standard A wrap or any wrap you have developed or your CAP developed, but it doesn't need any dependency from your wrap or any existing API. It's just flexibility is there, but not dependent on that. Yeah, automatically, because yeah. So if anyone has the little bit JS JavaScript language understanding, that would be great to understand the at least syntax how it works. So basically, Node.js is your runtime. For example, you develop any wrap service, auditor service, and like when you need to handle some custom logic, some verification, some kind of query, right? So something like doing runtime, right? Runtime, you write something. So those runtime aspects, the runtime custom logic, before fetching the service, after fetching the service, okay, on fetching the service. So there are certain lifecycle method. So you need to write those custom logic in JS. Okay. If you don't have any custom logic, then you don't have to write Node.js language. But of course, I will give you a basic understanding, basic overview of Node.js, how you can write it. There are different concepts of JavaScript here. Node.js as scripting of like promise function. There are Cloud SDK. So there are things that can be basic level. Of course, I will give you a heads up how you can actually use it, and I will give you the way where you can actually mm, a little bit have a more understanding on JavaScript and Node.js, so that you can make it comfortable of writing those custom logic. Okay, so let's come back to now our sub account. Okay, design. So uh, when see any organization when they are buying SAP BT platform, right? So they are having something called, they buy it as a global account. Okay, you see this is a global account. What is global account is like you have purchased it from the SAP as one of the service of, let's say, BTP global account service. Now, in this BTP global account service, you have to decide what service you are to taking for one of your sub account. Okay, what is sub accounts here? So sub accounts is something another topic. Let's say here, uh, I will just give you heads up one more things. SAP, let's say BTP sub accounts. So what happens here is if you see the diagram here, okay, so this is my global account, right? SAP BTP global account here. This account type is nothing but what we discussed about this extension suite and integration suite. So you define, so we discuss about extensions. Let's say in your organization, only extension suite is required, right? So my type of application, my basically out of my, see, global account will be common. It will be going to be common for all the whoever is going to buy it. For example, let's say any of the platform and any service we are trying to buy, it is going to be your. Right now, out of this sub account, you have to decide, okay, hey, you have bought it, na, this sub account. Now, you design your sub account. Design your sub account based on the type of suite, extension suite or integration suite. So if you see here, we have these, right? We have database and data management. Let's say somebody wants you to have only this part. So their account type will become database and data management. Then someone can have analytics, someone can have intelligent technology, someone have application driven integration. So I will choose my application driven integration, out of which I will use only extension suite. So when you're creating, you have to select what type of application development may you wanted to have an extension suite or you wanted to have a integration suite. So we'll choose as a extension suite, right? Now, what is entitlements? Okay, so entitlements means uh, on the particular account, what are the services is available or you are entitled to use it. For example, let's say in this sub account, I have, okay, out of, okay, so let's say BTP, I will say global account here. Okay. So in this global accounts, now this is my, let's say I'm going to use, I will use type is my extension suite. I will use it my extension suite. Now see, when I choose this extension suite, it going to have some entitlements, right? So let's say one example, when you create any account, right, to any of the e-commerce website or various many, right, online website, it will ask, na, ki, hey, register first, okay, or something. So when you taking something, when you register yourself to some of the service, it gives you certain set of entitlements to use it. It could be free, it could be paid, right? So that's how I. So extensions would, when you are taking up, it give you something called predefined set of entitlements. Okay, so these are something I would say default entitlements. What it does, it gives you the provision to use those services either by free or at least as per the package what it should be minimum available, right? So this entitlements will give you that provision. So every suit, whether you design it for account type, let's say I'm integration suite can have a different set of entitlements. Extension suite will have a different set of entitlements, right? So now these entitlements, based on that, you design your sub account. So let's say I'm designing my sub account here. So my sub account will be, let's say one of my sub account will be dev sub account. Okay. So my, again, in my, this is my, let's say dev sub account. Now this dev sub accounts, what you do development, right? And then you have a, all these basic setup and required setup in dev sub account is always going to be a bit more than your quality and production, because the reason, see, when I say here entitlements with respect to your any of your sub account, so this sub account entitlements is very much linked to what you are going to develop, right? Let's say you wanted to have a development tool, you wanted to have a Fury Launchpad, you wanted to have a n number of services to be integrated, right? So that will be infrastructure within your dev sub accounts entitlements. So there are some additional entitlements if you wanted to add, right? So let's say if you wanted to have some more entitlement to be added, okay, so in this kind of entitlements, how you can use it, you will be using in those area of let's say I would say something called uh, okay, so something which you want to make it available. So add, you see there's something called quota. You see this quota will give you the spaces. Okay, so add quota means like for development, okay, for your whatever you do development, you do design, right? And then you do all this activity, let's say development, design, then you do what? Then of course, you do configuration, all this. Then you have a deployment, right? And etc. All these things, right? So these quota will ask you, okay, what are the quota you need? Like what are the how much space you need? Okay, so for let's say Davis subs account, I wanted to 100 GB of quota, right? 100 GB of my data quotas would be available to use it in my dev sub account. But when it goes to in quality, my quota size will be less, right? So every sub account you will have entitlements assigned as part of your global sub account. Let's say in global sub account, or sorry, global account as a extension suite sub account, or I would say now I will say sub accounts. Okay, so out of these sub accounts only you are actually making these subs. Okay, or instead I will make arrow from here. Okay, so this is the part of your sub account. Okay, so this sub account is what you are building up extension suite, and what you have it from your integration suite is all these entitlements is actually flowing from here. Okay, it will flow from here. So anything which you are doing, let's say you have a quality sub account, so all these quota which is available here is actually linked to this. It is going to be linked to available here. So let's say you have taken 100 or 1000 GB of quota. 100 will be very less. Let's say, okay, fine, 100 only. Okay, so now you assign some 50 GB of data quota to dev, 20 to quality, and 20 or probably 42 or 30 to your, of course, in your production system. Why so? Because when you decide this quota, your pricing will be charged accordingly. So now this quota also comes as a default package. If you are, let's say, something 100 GB or 40 GB, something is predefined already. It's already available in, of course, when you purchasing all this, it will be provided by the SAP itself. Hey, these are the quota I have available. What you want to proceed? All this thing. Okay, so this is all depends on how you wanted to make use of it. And just a minute. Okay, so all these entitlements now is applicable to your all these sub account. Dev sub account will be there. Okay, then some entitlements, whatever you have for dev, it will be for quality, it will be for your QA, or it could be for your production. So every places, whenever you are using it, it is going to use for those sub accounts, right? So now when you do development here, so in this area, you are entitled for development tool, let's say BAS. But in this QA and prod, you may not need, or actually you don't need a development tool entitlements, right? So from these entitlements, your actual quota, or I would say the services or the tools is getting passed to dev to QA to prod sub account. Hope it's clear. So your design of your global sub account is defined by your account type, what you are using it, what are the entitlements you are selected. When you have a default, it could be default plus customize. You can actually customize based on apart from what they have given you by default. Okay, so default will be something available for sure, like for when you're buying something, right? Some default feature will be there, right? Now if you wanted to add some more additional feature, then you have to customize, right? So customize add-on. Customer add-on means you are going to add additional entitlements to your sub account to use it. Let's say there are various services, right? N number of services. So let's say you wanted to have some AI specific support in your entitlements to be added, right? But in extension suite, by default, AI supports will not come. So you have to add it. So when you're adding it, it will become your chargeable part. So when you're customizing it, when you're adding something, it will become a chargeable pricing of that particular things. Okay. Now you have a sub account which we have designed. So when you're designing a sub accounts, it has certain information. Okay. So these sub accounts will actually resides on the region. Okay, what region it is, on which region it is going to reside. So sub accounts always gets created on some based on region. Like it could be right US region, could be Europe region, Australia, all these things. Data, wherever data center they have it, they have a region defined here. So this region is, you need to keep it across same. So region, then you have a environment, right? Environment means what? Runtime environments. If you see here, I have mentioned about this environment, all these things. So you need to select. And of course, you can have a multiple environment support. Like in a same sub account, you can have a ABAP runtime, you can have a Cloud Foundry runtime, you can have a Kima runtime. So it's all depends on your needs. If you need, you need to have this. Okay. So whatever you have it, environment support, you need to uh, present, you need to have it. So uh, environment, whatever you are, whatever it is required for you, all these things you can actually make use of it. And then this region and environment, make sure it is going to be the same in across sub account. It cannot be like one sub account you are doing it in the US and one sub account you are doing in Europe. No, that's not, that's a wrong uh, design of your sub account, and it will fail basically at various layer. Okay, so this, there is a region behind selection of data center, right? So your, let's say your customer base or your business resides in your Europe, so your sub account region should be in that environment, sorry, in that region of your particular business where you are running it. Okay, so now you see here, this what you see, services, application tools, these all are a part of your entitlement. So it's flowing from here. So whatever entitlements has been assigned to you, you are adding it here, you are putting it here, and you are activating those services, your application, whatever you have it. Okay, and out of these sub accounts, when you define it, right, it, these sub accounts has certain set of design available. Okay, so every sub account, so let's say when uh, I'm adding, there's a one is one constant layer is will be followed here for dev to quality to production. Okay, so all these are flowing from one to each other. Okay, so from here to another layer here to dev to quality to production. Now, let's say what I'm trying to say is key, this chunk of this information, what you have it here right now, let's say I'm moving it. This is my common infra for my dev, production, and this. So I have developed application which is accessible by some set of user. This needs to be commonly available. Okay, so now whatever I have developed, let's say I have developed any business application. Okay, whenever you have developed, so all these business application has to be uh, given a required access to the business user. Okay, so this needs to be completely segregated from each sub account, but it has to have a common feature. Let's say you have, if you see here, we have application for region, environment, whatever, you have a link to your business users. Now, every business user has to have a part of your BTP sub account. So when I say this business application has to be used by or accessed by, or I will write in the bottom, accessed by your business user. Okay, so this business user, it could be from your organization, could be your external user. So those all the authentication validation is a different concept actually. So there you have to import your business, all these things here. Okay, so this, what I'm trying to say, this business users, whenever you are importing, okay, should be a part of your system. Means should be a part of one of the user is be available on the BTP on this platform. Because see, if this user doesn't exist on your sub account, they will not be going to use your business application. So whatever business application you are developing, let's say you have a CAP service, right? This CAP service can be utilized for many purposes. You have a Fury app, etc. So anything which you are developing out of these infrastructure from here, which is going to be commonly. So dev will have a dev, of course, deployed objects for your business application studio. When you have a quality, you are move, and then you have production, you have move. So every objects what you develop in dev is going to be circulated across the sub account, and these application you can make available to your business user by importing those business user or external user on the platform. Means you have to create that user on the BTP platform, and then you can restrict them, right? It's a very much I would say there's authentication mechanism which helps organization to segregate those users out of external validators. Let's say you can implement SSO authentication, you can implement SAML or whatever type of course, depends vary on the organization level. So whichever way of authentication you follow, you have to maintain that. And based on that, you give the access to the business user, and then business user will be having access to your that application here. Okay. So now I hope you understood this. So global sub account, you will be having a type of sub account. You create n number of like three. This is a three-tier structure. You have a dev, quality, and production, and every sub account will have certain set of entitlements which will flow from here. But basically, whatever is available here for this particular sub account will be flow from dev to quality to production. Means if it is available at 10 entitlements, that you can make it available all 10 to your all three sub accounts. Okay, but as I said, it's not necessary to have all the entitlements in all the sub account, because here you may need only dev tool, but quality in production you don't need dev tool. So those entitlements you can actually you keep it or leave it, that's up to you, but ideally you should not require. So otherwise what happens, we n number of entitlements, if you keep using multiple sub accounts, so basically the sizing of that or quota of your whatever has been predefined will be keep increasing, so SAP will charge you more. So you need to be very much, I mean, of course it's a design level stuff, like when you are designing your sub account you can take care of it. So this is the typical uh, design of door BTP SAP global sub account. One thing is also very important here, the structure of your environment. So this is structure I will show you how uh, actually works here. Okay, so you can actually create one more here. Let me show you. So there's a design here. Okay, sub account design. How you can actually design. So sub accounts design. Okay, so let's say here now in this area. So when you're doing the sub accounts, it has a set of different layers available. So from one sub account, okay, let's say I will make it little lighter. And from this particular sub account, I have tried making one of the sub account. Okay, or which example I shown you, you can directly see, right? I have defined you the way of quality and production, but how this gets created, that thing you need to clarity here. Okay, so now when you have a sub account design, so you have a two option. Either you can create all these sub accounts separately, or you can have a something called directory. Okay, so one directory, let's say you, instead of creating a sub account from the global, you have a something, you create one directory. So directory work as a tree basically. So this directory tree will have again a provision of keeping n number of sub account. So let's say I'm giving this, and let's say, okay, so this, okay, I'm just giving you two example here. So this particular directory tree, so I'm not designing directly a sub account, rather I am creating a directory tree. So under this directory tree, I will have now two sub account. So, okay, what is the ease of it is, like I will show you one thing here. You have this directory available, and then you have another sub account A. So now this whole thing, what you see, is a part of one directory. So our directory can have n number of sub accounts. So directory means here, what does it mean is, it means a directory can contain, okay, n number of sub accounts. So there's a possibility that in a single directory tree, you can have dev, you can have quality, you can have production. All these things you can actually define it here. Okay. So when you say here dev sub accounts, then you have quality sub account here. I'm just giving example. You can have a production also. That's fine. Prod sub accounts. So now again, what I will do, there is a possibility, right? So in this dev itself, I wanted to create another directory. So what I will do here, I can go and create another directory. Okay. So another directory which can contains my another set of sub accounts. What sub accounts? So let's say I wanted to have something which is common sub account. Okay. Let's say common sub account. Common sub accounts means like you wanted to have a sub account where some of the services which can be commonly used by across the sub account. Okay. Or let's say those who having a region wise different sub account also. For example, someone having in a US region, someone in Europe region, right? So those sub account, they wanted to use it. One of the sub, let's say transport mechanism, okay, transport cloud transport mechanism is there. So that service, they wanted to use it for across the sub account. So those sub accounts you create on one of the dev sub account because it's one of the dev tool here. So you can create that sub account. So again, in a single sub dev sub account, you can have another directory. Drag directory can have another n number of your sub account. So let's say common sub account or dev is also very much similar to, let's say, something called integration sub account. Integration doesn't mean integration suite. I'm talking about integration sub accounts where you generally go and design or with respect to could be data. Let's say sometime in dev you don't have much data, right? So there's some of the organization they have an integration environment where they have actual business data available to before they push to quality, they have it. So let's say you wanted to have such information available as part of your dev sub account directory. So you see this, how this structure is getting handled. So from the one sub account, you can have a directory. Directory can have n number of, you can have a n number of sub account, and then you can have this common sub account from dev to, you can have common, you can have integration suite, and similarly you can design of course n number of sub account. Okay, let's say I will make it even a QA, and then I will make another. So just to make it a little bit like our three-tier structure. So that's it. So okay, I will increase this part as well. So this bigger structure, what you see, this is your directory. Okay, so this directory is saying you create one directory. It's like a container. Okay, it's like a container. So basically, the directory serve as a container which can have n number of your sub account. So it's basically helps to organize your sub account up to certain level. Okay, you have a organize, you have a control of those sub account, how you can manage it. Yeah, otherwise what will happen is you in the main sub account itself, you will see n number of sub account line by line is created. So I mean it's, let's say this sub account you are creating, let's say okay, I'm giving a directory team name like finance team, finance directory. So it means what? All the finance team, or let's say I'm giving HR directory tree. So what I'm saying here, in this particular tree, I will have only HR related sub account information where I'm going to do develop only HR application. Let's say I have a banking directory tree. So I will have only those sub account which is relevant to banking sector, which my organization is using. Let's say I wanted to have a global uh, global common sub account. Okay, like what I did here. So you create something as a directory. You can segregate your design at one place rather polluting your actual polluting of your this design. Okay, this design. So you keep creating the sub account environment, everything. It will be at the like in a big like organization where you have n number of business process to handle, or n number of team you are handling, n number of services you are handling. There this design will become a little complex. Okay, so let's say some team is handling US, some team is handling Europe, some team is handling uh Australia or some other database data, okay, data region. So you can segregate region wise also. Once one of the directory can have for your some region. Okay, let's say US region. Okay, so US region, you can have a Europe region, right? You can have Australia region, something. So you design your directory and keep those sub account, and that way you can have a more clarity what you are keeping inside a particular directory and sub account. So managing of those sub account design is very important. That gives you clarity of your solution when you're building it. That gives the developer, the functional, the business, basically for them, it may not see exactly what is happening behind, but it gives you the more control over it, what is going where. Okay, so that is the one of the architectural design we generally follow on BTP, especially for those organizations where they have a multiple set of, I would say, that information available team wise or region wise. They have something which is they have integrated. Okay, I hope this is clear for your sub account layer information. Any doubt in this sub account structure? Okay, so to be honest, all this what you see activity here, this generally goes as a part of your mm, system, or I would say BTP administrator. Let's say if you have the admin role or somebody who has the sub account, global sub account access level, so only the administration do this activity. Okay, basic generally for a developer perspective, they give you the glance like when you are working on it. They may give you the overview how is our like let's say TCS BTP sub account, how it has been designed, where is the dev, where is the quality, right? Where is the prod service sub account? All these information they may provide you, but generally this is it depends. Like some of you may have, let's say, administration experience, how you can manage the entire cloud system. Then you can also do, or in organization generally there is a separate team. So we have an infra team, infrastructure team, which basically manage your BTP sub accounts, right? They before you start working on, they may have you uh, interaction key, hey, this is how our sub account structure is there, or probably you have to use this development sub account for your deployment. This is quality, this is prod. So may such overview you may get, but generally managing happens. Some of you, it could be a developer or it could be a purely just a guy from basis team, or any person who has knowledge of cloud system. They can manage your infrastructure and creating all these services sub account, and what are the services you need. Let's say you are developing, you may need some additional services from BTP which needs to be available in your dev sub account. So you may have to reach out to them, hey, this particular service I need it to make it. Let's say there's something called Adobe service in BTP, right? So you don't have to code for it. Okay, so those services you can directly ask for it to make it available, and it will be available as a part of your entitlements here, and then you can use in your dev sub account. So on the high level, it's managed by your administration basically. And yeah, developer, it depends on, I mean, development environment they may give you the roles. It depends on again, uh, organization wise what rules they want. Let's say some of the organization only give you BAS, right, business application studio authorization. But one good thing is that in our training, we are going to use your own respective account. In that area, definitely I will make you understand all the entire landscape. What I'm showing you right now, we will see in this enhanced actually. So, but in your organization, how it's getting managed, I have no idea. And it depends on like what role goes to whom. Okay. So the need of sub account is the same like if you see in your S4 system, right? You have a dev system, you have a quality, you have production. So what you do in dev system, you develop your objects, then you transport
Correct.
to your quality to production. So same concept of segregating those accounts into 3 or 4 tier structure, so that development will be as focused, or whatever tools is needed, let's say 10 set of tools is needed for your development. But in quality and production, only application is needed, only application database access is needed. So you may have a 10 set of tools in dev, but quality you may have only 4 5. Production you may have only 2 3. Reason is this sub account segregation will help you to control your costing with respect to what are the services you are using in dev or across the sub account. Costing in
Okay.
terms of the business users, because business user will have only access to prod. Functional will have up to quality, right? Or up to certain extent of prod, right? Prod. So let's say dev, you can have a POC also, right? You can have actual business user case also. And here you citing the quota which we have defined, it will be more here because you are doing more development in this space. But in quality and production, you are not going to do such activity what you do in dev. So if you are keeping in only one sub account, basically you are polluting your environment. You will not be able to manage it properly, basically, right? You have everything there. There were actual business use case, POC also, developer also in the same sub account, function also in the same sub account, and business user also in same account. So that will be a huge risk of managing those things, right? So that's why tier by structure they have defined it. So here you will be connected to your dev database system, here quality database, here production system database. So you will have a seamless control of your service implementation, the application performance, the user accessibility. So these all things, and of course the costing part, that will vary your from the sub accounts layer. So that's the reason it gets segregated, so that you can have that seamless integration. Yeah, so so now after I think I have given you the overview of all this, how it works, basically the complete understanding of your like I mentioned about the IAS also, or PAS or SAS. So all these things are, if you remember, I have mentioned webs like what are the region you are using it, right? So one thing also to mention, like when you talk about any region, it is hosted by some sort of web, I would say cloud service provider. So we have a Amazon service provider, which is AWS, right? So our BTP solution is, which we select for some reason, is actually hosted on AWS. There are certain region which is hosted on Microsoft Azure. Okay, so right now these two is the one which is majorly used, but especially AWS is mostly using BTP. Okay, and of course it's vary based on your what you use as a region, right? I said the region, the data warehouse or the data lake where it gets managed in for the particular region. For US could be different hosting, right? For like for example, Europe having AWS, US also having AWS, but I think Australia somebody having a Microsoft Azure. So you depends on your cloud service provider for the region. We select that. Okay, this is very important because where it is going to point to your data center, which is going to fetch you all these data things. Okay, so now, so region is also very much bound to your applications. Like US fellow cannot see your Europe application, and Europe cannot see your US application. So this is how this sub-account design will also help you to segregate all application, the services, data, environments is nothing but your, again, what type of environments we are building. Infrastructure is nothing but your cloud support infrastructure, where basically this is the actual landscape where you see hosted your region sub account, which points to your application, what it has, the services, what data it has it, what are the which environment it's running, whether it is in Cloud Foundry, Kima, or ABAP, or what kind of infrastructure support we have. So it's all combinedly coupled. But major difference what you see in on-premise and cloud, right? On-premise, everything resides in SAP GUI, right? Everything in one system, one place. So it's very much one place, tightly bound to each other. But when it comes to cloud, it is loosely bound to various services, which you have to connect the dot with each other to make it working. But it is accessible, it is cost effective, it is much little bit faster in terms of performance when you go and deploy it. There are various reasons behind it, so that's why it's nowadays like people are moving to cloud, right? Because the various cloud service provider is providing the little bit lesser pricing, or I would say the costing is also one of the important parameter for them to choose cloud nowadays. But there are, of course, every services, every landscape, be it cloud and enterprise, having certain limitations. So do cloud also has certain limitations. So it depends on what we're talking about, right? Okay, so we discussed about Cloud Foundry, SAP, of course, a map environment. We have another one, Kima environment is one of the again. So runtime environment means what? So on which environment you are actually going to keep or develop or deploy your application during runtime, right? So you develop something in web environment, you are running something that is a web. So similar way, we are targeted for Cloud Foundry for our CAP. Similar application, there are another few environments, which is schema environments, which also support some sort of. Then we have Neo environment, which is actually going to be support for HANA Access development earlier. Now it is going to also going to be removed soon because their SAP BTP target platform is Cloud Foundry being the major one, and then ABAP Cloud and probably somehow a bit of Kima. Okay, like that. So now, uh, apart from this activity, you may need to have a trial account by everyone. Okay, so to start with your all this activity, right? We need to understand first what the difference between you have a trial sub account, what difference we have with actual enterprise sub account. So all this depends on how what plan you are choosing. So trial account will be something which is freely available to everyone, and almost 70 to 80% all the services are available in trial account also than the paid or enterprise version. Enterprise version may they give almost 20-30% as some of the services as a free, but 70 to 80% are paid version. Paid version means they are more powerful. Powerful means when they have a lot of many other features that can be provided. In trial account, they will give you service available up to certain extents to make yourself available, right? To make it much more concise or something I would say to use it as per your specific requirement. So that's where enterprise version having a different and more powerful, of course, than the free version, right? And trial accounts is more of like you need to do, and it could be organization based also, it could be personal based also, that you wanted to explore some services before you want to integrate, before you want to use it, you have to see whether it is useful for you or not. So those stuff clear, you have a trial sub account. There's something called free tier also. One is trial, one is tier, and then we have a next is enterprise account. So these are the sub account. I mean the version of BTP available. So it's suited for everyone whoever wants to use uh, trial or trial, or it could be commercial model here. Okay, so we will talk about in, I think we discussed already all these sub accounts. You see this global directory, you see their sub accounts having a directory, all this structure we have discussed already. So yeah, so now moving to the actual your how the cockpit will look like, how you are going to create your sub account, or you have the various services available, right? So all these things I will be discussing after the break. So we will have a meet at 1:45. So let's have a break of 15 minutes, and we will continue from your sub account layer. We will now take you to the BTP actual sub account, and we will see how you can configure your sub account for our training, and how you can keep it ready, how you can access, how you can manage it, what are the services you can actually, where to find out, what are the roles you need to add on to, so that you can use those services in your development. So all these things I will explain. Okay, so now in coming to SAP BTP cockpit, like when you are having a trial sub account, then definitely you will definitely going to have a the access to your BTP cockpit, which you are by default administration, right? So those things, how you will be taking care of it, I will just give you one overview, and we can see that. So now see, whenever we talk about any kind of sub account, right? So you see that every any account, right, in any landscape, you have to have a certain set of user has to be available. There's some set of user called administration user who actually manage the basically the platform to up to certain like activity to manage user or configuration or any kind of activity which is very much specific to administration, right? And then you have a set of platform users who is going to use it, right? May those user maybe a administrator or maybe a simple user, or there is a way of another set of user which is a business user or could be a functional user who may or may not need your cockpit access, right? Who only need your application or a service which you have developed for their own transaction or whatever the purpose they are using it, right? So in the user accounts, whenever you see, you have to define the platform users, right? And then those set of business users who will use your application or any kind of services you have defined in particular sub account, right? So you see here, deploy, administrator, troubleshooting is generally done by a platform user, which is nothing but BTP cockpit user, but not all, not everyone, only those who has that privilege or probably the required authorization to do certain layer of those authentication or deployment, all this activity they can perform. So this is the way of segregating the users is again like it comes under user management under the security part where you can control like platform users. So many organizations they have set of rules like let's say if you have a SSO authentication mechanism available. So what they do, those who is the platform owners or platform users or those who is the admin basically they having a certain set of ID used it, which is unique to only for platform users. Okay, and there are a set of certain users which is only a business user. So business user going to be created by a particular way of authenticated method, which is let's say something called IAS, right? Identity Access Management by SAP. One is default, of course, that is for everyone whoever having a SSI. Sorry, what I say is S user ID. They can actually use it for their authentication in your platform. But there are certain user which is only external business user who needs to authenticated via your um, could be kind of your authentication mechanism of your uh, organization. Let's say sample authentication or any authentication. So those are layers of users we maintain on sub accounts to do their respective job. Now it cannot be common for all of it. Okay, so this is what it has been prescribed here, and this is the area which we generally manage it. User management is nothing but the area where we manage all the user creation, the role assignment, the activity logs, what they do, all this part we can actually do. Business user is only interested in your application. It may or may not need, or generally doesn't need your platform cockpit access. So all these things we have to use it here. Okay. So now if I come back to this area, so as you all have a trial account, then it's very good. So if you see here, this is how typically your sub accounts will look like, right? And in this sub account, this is your overview first page where you can actually find out. So the BTP sub account now typical level, it will looks like this. Okay, so the how it looks like whenever see you whenever you come to trial home, right? So it will generally gives you this kind of welcome screen where you have a go to your trial account. Okay, there are other different types of information available that you can migrate here directly. Like you, this is the one of the development tool we are going to use it directly. You can go here if you have that required service enabled and authenticated by the user roles what you have, then of course all these different tools you can actually do. This is for again set of standard API. But let's say how you will enter to your trial account. This is how you will go inside your trial account. So what you have seen, so this is how will look as your global account. You see that this is the structure if you see here which we were discussing here, right? So this is your global sub account here where you are the one of the, it could be your enterprise level or it could be your trial account. So one trial,
one of the global account has been assigned to you. Now, the moment you have been assigned to one of the global account, right? If you see these are the different information available. Resource provider. So what it will have it, like any information you wanted to have from out of SAP, you wanted to add those provider as your support to your sub account. So it could be like, see, right now we have Azure and of course AWS, right? So our configured region or the cloud platform support which we have right now is with respect to we have with this one with Azure. Okay. Like sorry, the AWS. You can select Azure, but do not change once you create the sub account. Never. Okay. Using this services, you may have to some specific requirement part you can configure. That is fine. Okay. So those resources, if you wanted to make it available in your sub account, you can add from here. Now, next step is booster. Okay, so booster is a kind of automation tool. Okay, it is like it is built to support any of the platform user who is going to generate or add up some kind of sort of sub account with some set of services. Okay, just imagine you have a sub account where you wanted to uh, let's use of, for example, let's say I want to use and create a app or cloud foundry environment, right? I want to do some kind of setup. Okay, if you do it manually it has a lot many okay information you need to configure it. Of course that is again not so lengthy, but still you need to very much careful whenever you are setting up something. It creates some sort of background configuration, right? Some configuration which go and distributed in different part of your tabs which you see. It creates the role, respective roles. It creates respective authorization object. It creates some kind of instance what is required for that service. So all these things gets created. Sorry, if you're doing manually, you need to be very much careful. These all things needs to be validated. It has been created or not. If it's not, then the service which you have enabled might not work fully. You may have to run out to some error and you have to fix it accordingly. But tell me one thing: when you are doing something, some of the activity, something like that, right? Isn't it good if you can actually manage it by just some sort of automation tool, right? So that sort of automation tool is getting provided by SAP, which is Booster. You just have to select a particular set of what you want. If you see here, prepare account for ABAP trial. So if I see this, if I start this, what will happen? Whatever the required setup is needed in my sub account, I don't have to do it manually. Everything what it needs to be established, whatever it needs to be configured in my respective, the area of my sub account, it will automatically gets created. So this is your one of the best example of automation tool, which going to ease your work and it will create everything in the background, whatever is needed for your development environment. Okay, so this is one of the part of Booster. So Booster is not only prepared for environment, it is prepared for the services. Any services you can see here. If you see here, I remember I given you one example of like automation tool or something, let's say the process automation or something. So okay, so it depends on what service is available for you, okay, right now. So in my, if you see here, extensions to development efficiency. So if I see here, this is a supported tool I have. It may be same or it may be, yeah, see, it's for the digital experience. I will have this much only available in my trial account, of course, right? And then integration suite, remember I have told you you have two types of suite available. You can design integration, you can design extension. Do not try to use the same kind of suite enable in your same sub account. It you will be having a lot of I mean, I would not say the complex problem, but the mainly handling problem will come, right? You are doing extension and integration in the same suite. So managing the user set, managing the deployment, and all this activity will, which the headache. Okay, it's a very lengthy process. So that's why suite wise, you should always create separately. Do not keep it one. In trial, it's okay. You may try. It will just
give you another set of interface available to you to hands-on with the trial account in integration suite. But in general, when it comes to productive sub account, it has to be separated. Okay, so you can perform this booster automated activity only whatever service is available to you right now here. Okay, so it's not for all. It depends on, remember I have mentioned something called entitlements, right? So entitlement section, you can see here what are the things is has been given to you. Okay, so these are the default entity assignments which has been provided to you. Okay, for example, you see here usage analytics page will become usage of for a look. Okay, something, so there's just some information, just give it close. Here you will see here service assignment. So this is the area where you will see as a part of your trial sub account. Okay, what are the things they have given to you by default to use it? So see, they have given ABAP information, API management, business studio, automation tool, cloud identity services. You have cloud transport management system, connectivity, right? Continuous CI/CD, all these things they have given event mesh. So these are the n number of service which you will be going to use it freely in your application. So if you see here, they have given also plan. See here, this plan will tell you ki, okay, this is what kind of services available. Is it paid, or is it like freely available, or is it in combination? You can see. So you have a standard share. Okay, all these things. So there are different types of there are different types of free. There's something called light version. There's something called standard version, right? Like these are the version having a certain differences. Something is free, it's limited. Something is light, it's better than free version, but not exactly could be a standard version is the pure version. There's something called advanced version. So advanced version is again more powerful, right? So here and there, with respect to plan, the feature will vary. Okay, and all this thing information you can actually find out. If something you need to find out whether it is available for your entitlements or not, you can actually find in this part. Okay, because when you go to search something, let's see what you are looking for. So something, if you wanted to have it available in your, let's say I want to search for automation. Okay, so I have this available for build process automation, right? For my automation, so this is a limited quota assignment, and I have a plan of one is a standard out of one service, and one is for my freely available. So means what, I can actually use it. But let's say I am going to use now AI. Okay, so if I'm saying here SAP AI, see SAP AI, I don't have that service. So means this is not freely available now. Okay, AI service is something called AI core not available. Okay, so this services means freely not available. So whatever is assigned to you as a free trial user, they have given you almost 55 available services. If you need external, sorry, additionally, then you have to go to something next to trial is free tier TIE, tier version. There you may see little bit enhanced features of your trial. So trial code you can actually import or convert into a free tier. Okay, and then those account also you can actually convert into your actual sub account, paid version, the enterprise version. Okay, but generally when the people use it, for example, some kind of sort of any information is available, generally such scenario, okay, in those things they don't go for trial to tier to okay, such scenario, rather they go for enterprise version automatically. So there are different way of handling the sub account. It depends on how you want to handle it. So for you all, it's a trial account, so let's focus on that. So now after validating here is, this is the area where I said you can actually uh, present here as a users, and then you have something where those users who is actually going to refill here. You have a role collection where you see what are the roles available to you that you can assign to all the user here. Okay, all this trust configuration is the area where you are going to manage your uh, this you can manage here the area of identity provider. Let you can have SSO authentication, you can enable in this area, right? So of course in the trial account you cannot do it. So if you see established trust, this is the area where you can uh,
do the SAML authentication or probably your SSO authentication of your organization. So all this stuff generally taken care by security. But see, when you are working on some platform, it's good to have the idea what resides where. Okay, something error comes up. Let's say you are not authorized or you are not getting authenticated. So which team you need to reach out, right? So this is the area which comes under security team, which manage, or maybe any those who has the idea of it, they can also manage it, not necessary to have a security background. It's all about how much understanding you have in the in that particular platform. All right, so let's go inside our trial account here now. Let's say I have been entered into my trial account. Now in this trial account, you see there's something called directories and sub account, which I was discussing here, right? This is my global sub account, out of which I have a trial sub account. But let's say I want to create something. I have option C, directory or sub account. So what will happen? If you create a sub account, it will keep creating in this chain. But if you are having, let's say, the example which I have shown you for directory concept and the sub account concept, you can actually create in your global sub account or directory, and directory can have your n number of sub account. So that's again, it's a design perspective. So this will help you to segregate your sub account structure to manage your infrastructure better way. Now let's say this is the default trial account which will be created by you all. You might have seen it already. Okay, and okay, so once you do all this activity available, so I have selected a region also, you see US. Okay, so once you have all this information available, or let's say you have created information and the sub account has been created, in that sub account you need to just find out what has been provided. So click on your sub account, go inside, and you will find now this area where this is your actual, this was your global, this is your trial sub account. Now come back here. In the overview section you will see what are the information is available. So what you see here, guys, these are the information is available which will helpful for you for any integration activity. Let's say you are trying to connect your sub account to another sub account with a different region. So these are the ID information which will be helpful for you to integrate. Okay, so even for do any, let's say you might have heard cloud connector and all, right? So all this information is required to connect your sub account to another things. Okay, anyway, now once you did this, okay, once you come inside, okay, you will see the structure what you have here, right? Basically you have a cloud foundry runtime environment. By default it gets created. Okay, and then you see this is the space which has been created. So that is the default one. But if you can actually create another Zebra space also. But generally in one sub account at one cloud foundry level to ease your development and management, okay, we always use one sort of indication of one dev space. Okay, it depends on, if like, see, if you can have a complex architectural information, that it depends on the organization, if they wanted to have a one set of dev only, or they can have a multiple set of it. So it depends. It's nothing like you can actually uh, not create. You can actually create a number of sub account. But let's see. All right, so now this is the area. Let's say sometime what happened during the updation of creation of your trial sub account, there's a possibility due to some error your account space has not created. So you have option, you can create here manually. Okay, sometimes it happens because of abort option, network activity, something. So you will see the pop-up, something has been failed as a okay. So you can actually create, come here inside here. Now in this area you see your service marketplace. Here you will see the list of all the services as per your entitlements. Whatever you see here in this, in 55 or whatever we saw, right? So this is your entitlements. So based on your assigned entitlements, you will be going to see all these services details here. Okay, so in these services you can find the services which is relevant to you. For example, let's say you wanted to have a service which you want to use in your development. So you see there are services which is by default available. You can actually of course, based on your entitlement, it will show you the list. So these are a number of services which is available here. Okay, so out of these services, you can actually, of course, see MDG here, MDG, MDI, you can have event maze, all these things. So depends on what you need. You select the service
and that service will be added back to your sub account. So this is the area where you come and select the service and enable it. Now, let's say I have mentioned, let's say for our case, what is a tool required? So let's me understand, make you understand this part first. So tools and something, whatever you need here, tools, or I will say, okay, fine, tools requirement, tools and I will say environment requirement. Okay, so in this, what does it mean is that for your development perspective, what are the things you need it here? Okay, so that things you need to understand. So first thing, what you need it, the very first thing, you need to have a dev sub account. You need to have a SAP BTP sub account. At least you need to have a dev sub account. Okay, so that is one thing. Now, out of this sub account, what we need here in our case mean whatever the tools is required is this. One is, that is business application studio. You have a business application studio. So I will say BUSI business and application studio. So what this tool is, very powerful, guys. Okay, so I will come back to this on the later part. Now, once you have this business studio, but one another part is which I think I should okay, fine, I will keep it here, and I think this I will commit later. Okay, you need to have a environment ready, right? So this your runtime environment. Okay, so that runtime environment, what we have it, that is Cloud Foundry environment. Okay, in our case right now we have a Cloud Foundry, which is the default you all will be getting it. Okay, now so you have first of all subicon, then you have to have a something called runtime environment, which is Cloud Foundry. Okay, now after this you need to have a certain set of tool. Okay, and of course Cloud Foundry here, you need to also have a dev space created. You need to have a dev space. Okay, Cloud Foundry with a dev space. That is one thing you need to have. Then you need to, what tool you need to have? In this tool, you need to have a, after sub account, you need to have a business studio, which is the development tool. Okay, this is nothing but a development tool. Okay, now what it comes here now, in our scenario we are having this one of the important tool which is actually enough to develop your business, your CAP application. Okay, so in this tool, only thing you need to add up here is uh, if you, okay, I will show you how you can actually create that things, that I will also show. One thing, when you create when you activate the service, it requires to configure your dev space. So dev, like I mean, dev workspace, or I will say here, create workspace. Workspace means you are going to, or inside the business studio, you can have a n number of the workspace created. Which, let's say, in one of the workspace you are creating only developing only Python, only Java, or only let's say CAP, or only Fury application development, right? So all this scenario you can actually manage from here. So in this business, like in the BAS, you need to must have a workspace. Workspace will define what you are developing here. In this workspace, you do the development. Okay, here actually you do the actual development, which is nothing but your CAP development. So now in this tool, whatever we have developed, this needs to be coming back as a part of your development space. So your space will give you the feasibility what you need to develop. Okay, so here I can have a CAP or development. If I have created another workspace, so I can have a Fury workspace, I will create a Fury development. So this is how the chain works here. Okay, so you need to have a sub account, runtime environment, then the tool, the workspace, and CAP environment. I will come back again. So what all the additional tools we need in this scenario? Okay, let's say if I'm talking about for the entire our one of the entire uh, like training schedule. So what we see is you need this. Then we also need one of the service on this BTP sub account, okay, which is called something called that I will take it because this is the something which we will take it in the maybe second week of training, not now, but for your understanding, I will say. So this one of the tool which is required for this is something called CICD, which is called continuous integration and continuous deployment. So this will help you to develop something which is you are going to basically build some of the application and you deploy it as a part of automated development. Like you don't need to do manual deployment. You can do it something for automated set of deployment. So uh, okay, and then in case of any other activity or any other extra services, what else you need here is okay, so you need to have that Git service available. Okay, so there is something called GitHub which is available for your support. So in this GitHub, it is not available on the BTP sub account. There is an inbuilt on Bash itself, but we are not going to use it. But that will be a very specific to local development of Bash that may not be supported. So we will be using another service which will be going to something I will write here like a GitHub. Okay, so this GitHub, I will connect it. This is your DevOps concept actually, of course. So what you see here, this is not actually related to your actual development of either on the CAP or something. This is something additional we have in terms of your, I would say, um, support for your DevOps support here. Okay, so 1 minute. Okay, so what I'm trying to do this, I think there another, yeah. So here, this CI/CD will connect to GitHub, and then this GitHub, this Bash will also be going to connect to your GitHub. Okay, and then this after this CI/CD will basically going to deploy your application back to Cloud Foundry. Okay, so this is what the flow is. So what we do, you have a BTP sub account where you have a runtime environment of whatever we discuss, and like of course we create a dev sub account. So this area what you see here is what we have discussed here. Okay, uh, yeah. So in our if you go to okay sub account layer, we have this. mm, Here you have to see as a dev sub account. Okay, and okay, so but whenever you create any sub account dev space and that sub account, you will have some sort of definition you need to add on. In fact, whatever the development deployment you do in CAP, it's going to resides here. Okay, so this is very much important here. Okay, so whenever you try now and whenever you do any activity, so make sure that such kind of information is very much available to you. And whenever you try to create anything, let's make sure this configuration is available and this environment is available. So this two things done, then let's come back to our services. Come to our services here. Let's say under, let's say like if you guys have created or not, then that we have to check. Let's say you need to search your business application studio. Okay, so everyone, if you have did you register with business application studio? So please,
Yes.
you have a trial sub account.
Yes.
You just you click on business SAP Business Application Studio, and then for me, I have already registered, so that's why not showing create. So for you, very first time, you have to create here. What it will does, it will create the instance. I mean, whatever the required configuration or added to back to your sub account will be taken care by this, and this will be added back to your sub account. Okay, so this will be added back to your sub account as a part of your services subscription. You see here, this is your business subscription studio. So this is have has been added to you. So now once this added here,
this one chunk of development tool added. Now you define a workspace. How you'll define a workspace inside the business application studio? You click and go to your application. Okay, in that application, let's run it. Let it open. Okay, now you see here this option what you will be going to. Now you said everyone can see, right? You see one indication here. Okay, like in a trial sub account, you will be having a two option. Okay, how much you can create, what you can create, what not you can create. So all these things you have it given. So everyone, you just have to create your dev space. Okay, so for example, one of the dev space, if you want to create or not create, so let's say for example you wanted to you have to select one of the create dev space. Okay, so in that scenario what will happen, you will have option to create what type of development, or you wanted to create something. Okay, so no problem, I have can delete and I can create again. So now I can see a create dev space. Okay, so here you see this is the area where you can come and create. So this is the SAP Fury, Hannah, and you can see here left, right. You can see what are the information is available. So left side, what you see, these are the predefined extension available to you. Okay, and next, whenever whenever you are trying, okay, and whenever you're trying any sort of information or any sort of additional you need, whenever you are trying to add additional extension out of the default one, right side is available for you. Okay, you can see there Python support here. You have a HTML5, you have HANA accesses, which generally used for new environment. So it does support a little bit of HANA development as well in your this programming tool itself, like HANA calculation view, performance tools, all these the database explorer. So pretty much support for HANA development, but only for the design modeling perspective, not the actual app or whatever access coding we do. Access we can do the coding, but yeah, so I think pretty much support for HANA development tool. And then we have a Python tool to integrate. You have a different, like, see, some kind of workflow integration you can actually do. Hannah. So this way, whenever you wanted to add anything, you can add up. Now let's say I have a SAP full stack application using productive tool. So generally this is used for uh, full stack completely, right? In this scenario, what we do is you see one more thing you see in the any of the template, it has a very much supported predefined information. For example, Fury has their own whatever respective things to be available. Minimum they have put it. So for let's say full stack may already they have a cap also available. But when you go to uh, this area also, it has a cap available, right? So only thing is changing a little bit additional. And see, this also having a Fury template available, right? It also have a different tools available for Fury support also, but it has a little bit additional tools, Anna, to be enabled so that you can check and confirm like what are the tools you remember uh, can be available or not. Okay, so this part you need to take care of it, what you need. Now here this is the area which we will take it. So I will not take this, we will take this up. So full stack cloud application, and we will make it available as a like create a data space. Now if I need additional let's say additional handling of any of the information, I need to add up all this thing, I will give a name, let's say cap or something. Let's say I'm just giving a name and create a space, right? So you will be going to create such a space here. Okay, so like that. Now whenever you are trying to create anything, Anna, uh, whenever you try to do all this, so it will just create it. But now whenever we try to make any changes or any kind of sort of this, you will be going to run only one at a time. So this is what something maximum two dev space in trial sub account is required, and only one running at a time. So this kind of
restriction we have in trial sub account, maybe we not have in case of productive sub account. Okay, so whenever you try things, you have to try such things. Okay, so this is how you will be going to expose. When you run, this will open your basically your whatever dev space you have created. Now you see dev space manager. So you are going to jump into your development space area, right? So this is what we are talking about here. This is workspace here. Now in that you will be going to develop a cap development, which will be going to guide out here, like cap development. And what you see, GitHub and CI/CD will be coming to the. I mean, we will finish it up first this, and then later maybe in the end of the last week of this, we will be covering your CI/CD and GitHub stuff all this time. Then probably at that time we will explain you. Okay, it it is bound to your account actually. It is bound to your accessibility. It is not like a like a one device space has been created and you and your other team member can connect. No, not like that. So this is where your GitHub come into the picture. So this GitHub will connect to your bash. So what max to max they can do it, you develop the object, right? You push the code to your GitHub, and then GitHub your team member will take a pull of your changes. Okay, uh, and then after you can, okay, you can actually merge your changes, and you can actually give you all this stuff to working together in a team, but not a single dev space can be accessed by your team actually. Okay, so it's very much bound to your roles. So if you see here, everything what you see in your BTP, every services have a predefined roles available. For example, let's say you go here and come to the roles collection. Okay, so under this role collection, you will be finding out all this information available. So for example, let's say you have business application studio. So this is bound to your your user ID, right? So it's bound to your user ID. Like now this service I can give it to some other users, let's say you or many n number of user I can assign this role. They will access the tool but not my dev space. Got a point? So tool
Yeah.
will be there. You can tool roles assigned to you. You will be able to access this, but you will be going to launch here, and you need to create your own dev space. In that dev space here you do the development, and then if you want to have a shared coding with us across your n number of your developer, then you have to put your code in your GitHub git branch, and from the git branch you have to do push pull all the merge activity. That way you can actually work with n number of developers. I know, I understand, like you might be confusing with you have that things in ABAP system, right? You have, I think, a possibility to actually go and check who is developed what, and you can make changes or something, right? So but not this here. Okay, it's bound to a user ID. So whoever is user ID, that their space will be created. All right, so you should have these two roles, guys. One is that administrator of your. So whenever you add up any services, you need to have your services roles assigned to you. For example, business studio, the server, and then developer. You have an extension deployer, whatever. So this is optional for our use case, but these two is much required. So you add up your service, come to your roles collection, and make sure these two has been added to your ID, and then only you will be able to have that accessibility of this. So let's say, for example, if I am removing by any chance this role, I will not be able to access my uh, tools, and of course not my dev space. So this is very much important. Okay, so now, so once you come back here, when you go back to your business studio, so now business studio having a set of different roles available, and then you can create your projects from there. Okay, so now in terms of bash, it is having a separate set of, okay, services available, and you can, using that you will be able to work on those basically a specific requirement whatever you are building up. So for our scenario, this is the tools environment requirement. That is one thing which you need to be note of it. All right. So next we will see global account may you will be having a entitlements added. It will be because that's where it is saying na, that's where you are going to see your sub account. So this is your part. You see a structure. This is a part of your. So this is a parent. This is your child.
Okay.
Whatever parent has, childs will have that access. Okay. So that's how you will be going to. So your entitlements, the global account is mainly focused on your creation of your directories or the sub account out of your global sub account, and each of the sub account will have the same entitlements what is has been assigned to your global sub account. Okay, so if any sub account or any services you need it, so make sure that entitlements has been added to your global account first. Like suppose you cannot directly add here, it has to be present here, then from here it will flow here. So if it's here, it may not reflect it, then you at least you will have an option to add. That button will come. Right now, you see, if you see here, if you go inside, it will not give you that button option available. Okay, because that's the maximum entitlements already available. So let's say some entitlements has been added to your global sub account. Okay, now you see this is your entitlements. If you see edit here, now you will be having option add service plan here. So this service plan, it will show you what all the things you need here. Okay, so you see these are the same service which is already added up here, but rest all additionally you wanted to have it, you have to just select those services and then you can check it. So you see here, these are access to, these are already, see this already, this is not unchecked, means basically it's in disabled because it's already present for you. So in case if something is messing up, you can actually add from here, but make sure this is available in your global sub account first and then add from here. Clear? Services, it will come. So based on your entitlements, that services will be available to you. You can search in your service marketplace this area, and then of course you can see what other things is available here. So you need to actually find the information here. Okay, whatever the services, you search it here and then you create it here. Okay, so for example, let's say I am having this, right? So I will, let's say if I am going to create here, so if I'm saying create here, it will ask you, okay, what are the things you need? This is the service name, what plan you need. So you have a trial. Now see, this is the one, there are two types of plan. Okay, one is the plan which is trial right now showing. This can have a standard, it can have a something called free, it can have a something called different types of services available, which will make you understandable, like which will make you available that service with respect to the plans. It has the feature variation. Okay, and this service will create instance. Okay, what is the instance here? Okay, that I will come back to you. And then from where you want to bound this, which environment. So you need to select what Cloud Foundry environments, right? What database space you wanted to target to your database space, and the name. You see, this is the instance created. But when you create for a business application studio, it doesn't need to have your that kind of information available to create an instance of it. So understand here, there are some services, there is something called instances. So when we say instances, instances will come here. So if you see here, instance and subscription. So some services, when you activate from here, which will not subscribed, rather it will create an instance of it. Okay. So any kind of instance which will be created here, so whatever information you are trying, it will be going to add it here. So for example, let's say I'm creating any instance of any services, that information will go back there. Okay, so that thing is very important, you if you understood, guys. Okay, so you get from here, and don't worry that like you may have the confusion, something you added here but it is not coming into this. So understand the difference, like it will show you what it is coming here, what cannot come here. Subscription will come here, instance will go here. Okay, so that's the things you have to take care of it. So yes, that how you can add your things. So you when it comes to debugging, okay, so when it comes to something to be available to your environment, so in bash itself, okay, there is a way you can directly switch to your sub account. Okay, so right now, let's say I'm in dev sub account. Okay, so there is a when you have option. Okay, let's say you are having n number of Cloud Foundry sub account. Okay, so I have this one sub account. I may have dev right now, so I can log in from here into my dev sub account. Now, when I'm logging from this to my this sub account, it will ask me some credential. So first, it will ask me to log in into this. This is my API endpoint for my sub account. Okay. So into this, when I'm logging in, it will fetch all the dev assigned to this endpoint. This endpoint will remain same across your sub account for dev quality and production. Okay. And from there, you will have a drop down to select which environment you are going to deploy or check the information from your application. So let's say dev. Now I will have other sub account which have a quality. So from here I will log into my Cloud Foundry, but I will select my dev space not as a dev but as a quality. Then you run the application and you can debug from there whatever request is coming via that application. That is one way of doing your debugging in your bash itself. Another way approach you can do in the web also. Like in the web, you can actually do the debugging. If it's Fury application, then Fury guys might be knowing already how to debug in the browser itself, application layer. But service layer, you have to come and do the debugging. You will see this is the debug tool we already attached here. So you just have to point to your dev space. So dev is having a name dev. Similarly, quality we have another dev space. Of course, like dev we are saying, we will say their QA production. We will say prod. So log into your Cloud Foundry and select your development environment, and then you debugging whatever request is coming out of it. So yeah, so this is the area where just I'm saying you just have to log in into this environment and then select. You will have a drop down. I will show you at least for our scenario we have right now. We have them, but it behaves pretty much same. So don't worry. I will show you how you can log in. You can fetch the dev space and how you can change it. All this thing is pretty much same thing. Okay, so that you can do. So CAP service debugging, yes, you need to do it from here. But Fury and other you can do it from the browser actually, something like that. So I think we have discussed now about we have covered sub account, then this directory, then we have a okay tools part we have discussed, and then so we will deep dive into what is CI/CD, what is GitHub, and all this stuff in our probably in upcoming session, the time when we will use it. Okay, and not now probably. The reason being because all this stuff, whatever we do right now, we'll do sequentially. Okay, it's not like everything one by one. So that will be better. Okay, so that CI/CD we will discuss the time when it comes to discuss that part. Okay, so now this is fine. So this you can see here, environment, I will say tools or environment requirements or prerequisite also we can say that. Okay, and that is something which we have discussed already. Okay, now when it comes to CAP, right? So CAP application programming, if we talk about, so okay, so one more thing before I do move to CAP, let's complete this part first. Okay, so we cover. Okay, so now what one important part which I wanted to show you, because that will be used in your CAP development. So let's understand first here. Okay, so you see this Cloud Foundry, right? This is your one-time default runtime environment has been given to you by that part of your trial subacon. Okay, now you see here this space is nothing but what you have created here. So you go inside the space and then you will be seeing here the dev space what we have created. Okay, and in this dev space you will be going to find out all those information what we have created. Okay, everything what we have given here, whatever you have added here, you will be having all those access back into this program. Okay, now so this workspace, but how you will be accessing it generally in right now, you may not face this issue, but in your organization, right, you will have the issue. So to access this deployment, you need to be a member of Cloud Foundry org members. So you need to be member of your org members. Okay. Here you need to add, and you need to have a at least org user. Like if you are not administration role, or let's say this role is getting managed by someone else, in that scenario you need to have at least those information available to you. So org user, as a org user, you should be added to this part. Then only you will be able to access the space. When you go inside the space, again there's another section you need to be part of it, something called members. You come back here, this part you need to available here. Here you need your add user ID should be added with the at least space developer role. Okay, supporter and all that's also fine, but this is the important role you need minimum in your organization also. Otherwise you will not be able to deploy your changes at all. So this is the one of the most important part you need to understand that. Okay, so this thing once is done, then uh, let's say you have developed any service, CAP service. So every CAP service will be deployed in this dev space. Okay, but any Fiori application when you're developing, it will not deploy here. It will deploy here. HTML5 application. HTML5 application as a part of your like is a hosting of your Fiori application. So whatever app you are having it, it will be going to come back to your HTML5 application. So this part also you keep get a clarity. Like CAP will be going to have your Cloud Foundry space target, means which is Cloud Foundry specific deployment, and Fiori application will be coming back to you will deploy via your this part only, like what I'm saying, this development space via this part only. But being a Fiori app of HTML5 support web application, it will come back here. Okay, so this will be going to be part of your HTML5 application in this area. Okay, now okay, so this part is again, this part is something which we are developing with, let's say, this cloud connector. You might have heard about it. So if you are okay, this is not required for CAP, but okay, let's just for some information. So connector, you need it connectivity section when you are trying to connect your S4 on my system to your SAP BTP system, right? So you need to configure those stuff in this area. Cloud connector will help you to connect your on-premise to cloud system or cloud to on-premise system. And once your connectivity established, so destination will be helpful for you to create such kind of whatever definition you have enabled here. You will be going to create those destination with reference to that, not only the S4, but any additional something which is third party or any such kind of you wanted to have information, you can actually do that connectivity available. So this destination is very important, which will give you a door or basically a path to connect with your uh, anything which you wanted to communicate out of your cloud environment, like out of this landscape. If anything resides outside, you can connect via this. Okay, so one is this connector to connect with different system, and from that system whatever is present inside, to extract or to fetch those details destination, via destination you can go through it. Okay, so this is one other information. Now, security area where you are managing your users. Basically, you create the users and number of user, business user, whatever you create here. It depends on what trust configuration you have it. Generally, in trial, you will have a default INT provider, which is your SAP IAS. Okay, this is a default service. But you may configure here as a, like I told, SSO. You can configure SAML authentication, that your team they can enable the trust, and they can configure your CUC new SAML trust configuration. All these things you can actually create, and all this stuff in this area you can enable your SSO, right? So that part will come. Your role collection is something which is predefined rules which is given by your BTP layer. Like for example, let's say you have all these standard, you have roles created, but when you deploy Fiori application, you have to create a custom role. If you are hosting on BTP itself. Like if you are deploying here, if you are, let's say you are developing in CAP, but sorry, in the business Success studio, but you are not deploying it, or you basically you are saying that you are not deploying on Cloud Foundry, rather deploying it as for on-premise. That time this part is not required. But when you are hosting your application here itself, you can actually create a custom role. You see the name and this, that's it. And then that particular role you just have to assign to the existing users, whoever has been created here. If it's not created, you have to create as per the what authentication mechanism of SAP default service. Could be your SAML SSO authentication. It depends on that area. Okay, this roles area is will give you the idea of any services. Okay, if you are using it, what all it has. So you see, this is just about the description. It will tell you what this role means, what it contains. So all this thing, if you see business notification here, we have, or any see sub account admin. So this is the role by default. We all are assigned to your title. Sorry, all your kind of sub account available. So in this area, you will be seeing here. These are the rules. What it does. Okay, viewing the sub account, entitlements, creating, deleting subs. So you have the admin scope. So these roles you cannot create here. Roles collection may only you can create, but this will have the information of what roles present here. Okay, so like that. One more thing, one last thing. Whenever you have to run out with a space, I remember the quota part which we were discussing here. It has defined some set of right quota and all this thing we discussed, right? Here add some quota for development design, whatever we have it. So here you have the option. So let's say create a space quota. It will tell you what are the name you want, what how much memory you want. See, this is the right now they have given 4,964 GB data to use it, right? And whatever the other services, how you want to routes means another concept of application development deployment, right? How much you want to keep a store for those kind of quota you wanted to have with respect to use of instances. So what are the instances you wanted to keep and how much data you wanted to store for that. So those things will come up here if you are managing at a certain space quota level. Okay, so this is again very specific to your organization requirement, where they are wanted to manage it at only a space. So a space also, you see there is a set of already predefined size available. You see 4 GB data they have already given you, right? So this is the quota already defined. So you add here, subscribe here, whatever you will create, it will come back here. This quota will be keep added here, and you will be, let's say dev, let's say you create another dev space, so it will add it here. You have to define how much quota you wanted to use out of. Right now in trial you have a 4 GB data available only. Okay, like that. Now in terms of, okay, so I think we discussed already, right? So this is what the information you have it available for those information which is very much bound to um, let's say information about your cockpit. Now when it comes to, now let's try to understand a little bit more in details of what we are going to develop in the CAP. Okay, so I hope the platform specific information what I have provided you everyone uh, is clear now. And let's try to move on the our one of the main topic, which is our SAP Cloud Application Programming Model. So before we start, anybody having any question? So the CAP, right? So CAP stands for your Cloud Application Programming Module. Okay, so when it comes to programming model, you see that earlier on the BTP or any cloud infra, or probably on, let's say talk about SAP itself. So all these backend services we used to still develop in SAP ERP system using the backend system, right? In ERP system or within the ABAP language, right? So on the cloud, with the help of BTP, SAP has launched Cloud Application Programming Model. Okay, so this Cloud Application Programming Model, which is actually going to support you to develop something which is a backend service with the help of Node.js, basically not the ABAP, but the Node.js. But the concept is the same as what you do in your SAP ABAP programming, in especially in RAP programming, right? If you have S4 HANA, you must have a CDS. So CAP is very much bound to a CDS programming model. Okay, so when we talk about any kind of CAP development, means we are talking about the CDS. Okay, so now let's try to understand a little bit in details what we are CAP has this capability, what it does. Okay, how it's going to be suitable for your business scenario, your business application development, your organization, or whatever they are trying to make it available with the CAP. What business challenges CAP can solve and what cannot be solved. Okay, so first thing, let's understand for the CAP is what major difference is. The CAP is actually a framework. Okay, so one thing is very much clear, that is CAP is a framework. Okay, so this is your a framework of some kind of language. Language in the sense of what we're talking about is various language of Node.js and something libraries. So is a framework of any language what you are going to use, which is Node.js. Then it has a separate sort of libraries, okay, which is SAP Cloud SDK libraries, okay, SDK libraries, okay, and then the tools. Tools means the development tools. Let's say we have BAS, okay, to build enterprise level of services and application. Okay, so it's a framework language which, with respect to various libraries, with respect to various tools, which is nothing but BAS itself is a very powerful. So, okay, so tools BAS, which is going to use for building any enterprise level of your solution, which you generally build with respect to RAP programming in the backends S4 HANA on my system. Okay, so any building, any enterprise, okay, enterprise services, CAP is generally give you service only, but you can integrate into a Fiori application. So that is one thing that you need to understand here. Now, when CAP, I remember which I shown you here also already. Like when it comes to uh, CAP, CAP development deployment happens on a cloud foundry only. It means what? Whatever we are whatever we are defining here in this in the area of the CAP, it has to be developed, right? Develop and deploy on cloud foundry itself. Okay, or other than a BAP environment. Okay, so this is the area where you have to, again, to be precise, or you can say CAP having a little limitation in terms of, I would not say limitation, guys, okay, because CAP is meant for cloud. So it is very much supported for cloud only. So generally, when we compare with ERP as like SAP ERP system, generally we think, okay, this is the side of limitation, but it's actually not. It's very much uh, framework designed for cloud only. Okay, so what CAP does? Okay, what CAP focus? Okay, what is the main fundamental of CAPs? Okay, so you need to understand that block. So what CAP does is it gives you certain set of information to building your very much enriched services. So first support is CDS. Everything what you do in your CAP, okay, it's a data modeling language. You both be remembering. I hope you all already knowing it. Okay, so it's kind of a universal language, right? For domain modeling, we use largely this. Okay, and of course, service definition when you are done with your uh, kind of whatever you try to maintain your CDS. So this is mainly used for domain modeling, and then you service what you defined here. Okay, this has a out of support. Okay, out of the box support. Okay, out of the box support for Fury apps and as for HANA Cloud version. On-premise also it is, but on-premise the problem is that it cannot directly go and fetch your database. Okay, so that's why as for HANA Cloud version, it is more supported and powerful because it's meant to be cloud to cloud, right? That's the reason. Okay, now what it has, the another biggest advantage on this cloud platform is it has their own set of SDKs. Okay, so it has something called service SDK, which is nothing but SAP Cloud SDK. This has a lot of libraries. Okay, so it has multiple libraries which supports your development to implement. For example, let's say you guys might be heard about aspects and all these things, right? So those things you don't have to write by coding. You just have to declare your Cloud SDK and directly use that library out of it. So it's going to save your coding lines of coding, and it's also going to support your number of lines of code, and then the I would say the ease of development it will support, right? You are just directly declaring the library and you are getting something out of it, and you can easily consume it, okay, in your CAP service. Consume it in the service. So when you're using it, it is very much supported, and to make it even a more powerful, whatever you are trying to develop, right? Now, one more thing which is very important is this is very much supported for the Node.js best implementation. Okay, so Node.js is a something which is going to provide with the help of Node.js. So with the help, or I would say, runtime language being Node.js. You know what is the main advantage of being Node.js? Node.js is a kind of server-side language which is up and running in the browser itself. So it will fetch all the information of your backend, custom logic, whatever you're writing during the runtime. It is executed very, very fast. Okay. I'm not sure if you guys have worked on HANA Access or not. HANA Access was also same concept with the help of Access.js. Whatever you see the HANA development, we used to consume those services, the custom logic or runtime logic with the Access.js with the help of Access.js. So, but in here in CAP, we have a runtime and a Node.js language, which helps you to implement, okay, to implement your custom custom runtime handler. Okay, so these things, whatever is present here, you will be going to make use of all the information in one shot. So this going to helpful your CAP application development focused on only on domain modeling, and then focus with the help of your cloud SDK and service SDK, I will say here. Okay, SAP Cloud SDK I have mentioned already. So this SDK in the combination of that, it is going to focus on more of your business domain handling, building your services, rather going to complicate your requirements, like you need to have some dependency on certain set of third party library or something. So SAP as the SAP Cloud SDK itself is so much powerful that it has a minimal dependency on any additional resources. Rather, it is just going to give you whatever you need. It is upfront available to you and use it accordingly, right? So that is the one of the advantage in the CAP we have. Now, one thing also you need to understand is whenever you are developing Fiori application, right, out of your let's say you have developed RAP services is by default giving you a Fiori preview, right? You might have seen that. Similar way, CAP also provides that Fiori preview out of your RAP services, like CAP services, similar to RAP, you might have seen it. So in the CAP, when you are developing any of your application with the help of Fiori Preview, you are actually going to test your application, ki how much it has been covered, what functionality it has been integrated, and what you can actually modify it a bit. In short, I can say that this Fiori preview with the help of CAP service, when you try to integrate in your SAP Fiori elements application, this will give you one pathway, or basically I will say the connection to your actual SAP Fiori elements building with the help of CAP, which will give you all the features, services, whatever you have tried to handle, and develop a Fiori application out of it. But it's not restricted only to the Fiori application. It is not restricted to that. It can actually generate, you can have another sort of UI. You can develop Vue.js, you can develop, okay, you have n number of, okay, so there are certain support. It is not very much restricted only for uh, CAP, only for Fiori. Okay, so it is something. If I talk about the design principle of CAP, how it works is, let me see. For example, let's say I have a, let's understand how the architecture work, like, sorry, design principle of your CAP. Okay, so let's see. This is, okay, so let me make it a little bit lighter. Okay, so now in this area, so let's say I have this is my core. Okay, so this core version of my CAP will be having your CAP core defined here. Okay, CAP core. Okay, what data services, or I will say here CAP best CDS. That is nothing but your core data services. Okay, so now this CAP is focused now how it will connect the dot between different parts what you are trying to implement it. So first thing what is needed here is it needs to connect the type of environment it needs to work with, right? So the environment what it needs here. So let's say this is my environment. Okay, so in this environment, INV, I'm writing ENV environment. So what are the environment it can support? You can have different environment which is going to support it for the CAP. So now see, if you compare with RAP, right? RAP is supported your for majorly for your ABAP based runtime environment or whatever you are developing in your on-premise and cloud. So it has a restriction, right? But in case when it comes to CAP, being a cloud application programming, it has a certain very minimal, sorry, it's a wide range of support for your environment. So one thing is support is for your cloud foundry. So this environment is a very much supported for your cloud foundry, which is your okay, which we have already seen it, which is default support for cloud foundry. So I can, in short, I'm writing CF. Okay, CF means cloud foundry. Then you have something, what it supports is any kind of, like suppose another one, we have a Kima environment. Okay, and then we have a something called XSA support also we have it, or we have any local development also you can do. So it's not restricted to you can actually run and development on a particular develop environment. Rather you can develop, and if what does it mean local doesn't mean you keep it in the core in your local system. It means that CAP supports a local database support. So even in your actual development, there is no uh, backend support available. Like for in our training, we don't have any backend, right? So we are going to use our in-memory database, like the application itself. We are going to create a database, and if we are going to locally fetch the data from the what database we have created, and that's how we are going to design. We have designed here. Okay, of course, that's their region, because for the CAP, the main reason is that you are going to have a productive environment for your HANA cloud connectivity, which we had interaction with your team, which they have focus on. Okay, let's just stick to, of course, whatever we can provide locally, and because the
You need to understand how to be developed. Then database connectivity and all these things are one-time configuration activity that you can perform later on also. So what I'm saying, local doesn't mean the code is on the local. It means like you can also have a database created in local and you can actually work with your local database. So it supports that kind of local database. Like same way, like you have an Fury internal tables in case of web programming. Similar way you can understand here. Now, what is the major supports? It is for your front end development. So if I talk about the front end environment, so this is uh, let's say what are the front end we can build up, right? So with the help of I can say the UI component, right? So UI component to me means the front end. Okay, what are the front end it support? Okay, front end supported for integration. So by default, we all know that it is by default. It is what we have a Fury support here, right? That is the by default. We all everyone knows that already. But what else does it support? This is where it will make it more powerful than the wrap. Okay, so here it can not only restricted to Fury. You can actually develop Angular. Okay, you can use that services in your Angular application. You can use these services in your React.js. Okay, so these are the terminology you might have definitely heard it. And so I'm just listing out in the React application. There's something called Vue.js. So these are the things which is not possible with RAP. Okay, or probably RAP also is actually converting into RESTful API programming. Not much supported, or probably not much yet confirmation how much it will support other framework than the Fury, but being CAP is your when it comes to cloud, it becomes open API kind of support, right? So it supports multiple front ends technology. Okay, now when it comes to development, so you see uh, your like rap programming, it is you have to do by Eclipse, right? But in case of tools, you can actually do this development. I would say let's say tools, or I would say dev tools. Okay, dev tools. So one thing you already know that we are going to use a business application studio. That is one thing is very much clear, right? Now, but what else it can have it? So if anyone, so for example, let's say it doesn't have the business studio, do they develop this? Yes, they can actually develop this. So this also supports a development in something called VS Code. Okay, you can actually do that development. You can actually also do this in your Eclipse by collecting it. We rarely use Eclipse nowadays for any kind of development for cloud, but there is a way you can actually do that. Okay, but we are not focusing here. But Bash and VS Code is very much similar that you can do. I'm just saying example, like if you do not have by let's say any kind of such supports available in your in case, then you can actually do those things development locally also with the help of this. If you don't have a productive environment, you can nobody. You can still work with your local database. You can develop. You don't have a tool, nobody. You can still develop with your VS Code. Any it's a freely available software you can do even in software, right? Like that. Similar way now when it comes to database, so what are database it supports? Okay, so let's say the database, what are the database it has to support? So database is by default, everyone, we have uh, one support which is very much famous, which is the SAP S4 HANA, right? So this S4 HANA, whenever you say that, so that S4 HANA, what we do, we S4 HANA. But when we say S4 HANA, right, I want to be a specific here, cloud here. Okay. See, it doesn't mean it doesn't support S4 HANA on premise. Okay, it do support S4 HANA on premise, but uh, you have to expose the service first from there, and then you need to consume it as an external API, and then you use it indirectly. So that's not a pretty straightforward thing. So it's more supported for your good support for HANA Cloud, but it do support. Okay, so there's something called I told now something I mentioned like local. Local means what? Local means the local environments database, which is I can also use, which is in-memory database or something called SQLite database, which we can use it. So SQLite is one of the in-memory database available locally to your program, which acts as a database table.
Okay, so these are the things you can actually you decides on database, even though you don't have, let's say you have one use case which doesn't need to have a regressive data. So what you can do, you can design or you keep a local database in your program, you deploy it. So during runtime, okay, you might be aware of this one. BRF, right? So BRF mean what you do, you have certain set of information, certain sort of rule check, like kind of like a static information you which you are maintaining it, right? So do we do that here? Yes, we can also do that. So those static table maintenance, those static information which you are fetching it from one of the service from the CAP, you can actually do it. So those service which is not going to change or going to remain static, you can very much use the local SQL database and deploy it and keep it available for your requirement. Means it doesn't need any actual database to perform your transaction when you are sure about the use case is going to always a fixed kind of support. So that kind of support is almost very much supported. Like I can say that BRF replacement we have on cloud in the form of BRM, Business Rule Management, which is another service actually. But in the CAP, same set of rules, like with the help of your local database, it can be useful, but it will work only during runtime. Like it's not like you hosted, you deployed something and you will start working. No, it will, when it is running condition, then your condition will be going to be applicable for that scenario. Okay, hope it's clear now. So this is what I will say, the kind of design what we have, the CAP follows is a very much simple design. It's not too much things involved. It is very pretty much a straightforward that what you can actually develop with respect to your cloud. Okay, one thing you need to remember here about the languages, right? What are the languages you basically CAP supports, right? So there is a different languages CAP has using it. So you might have heard SQL, but in SQL, um, in CAP there is no something called SQL. It is something called CQL. Okay, query language. Okay, cloud query language, right? So SQL replacement we have a CQL. Then we have something you might, okay, CDS being the same, that's not a problem. Okay, then you have something called CSN. Okay, so something called core schema notation, right? When you define your schema database, so that language what we are preferring here is called CSN, which is not the nothing but CSN kind of means code schema notation. So all these things, of course, we will discuss one by one when we are going to come up in that part during our training session. So that is one of the part which will be one of the uh, understanding of your languages of your CAP framework. That is very important. Okay. So what we will be going to use mostly is about very basic, but you need to understand how it's going to happen. Now, apart from this, now you need to, let's understand the how this actually getting developed, right? So you, when you are having a CAP is having a two types of or I will say the design paradigm. So it has a one thing, something called declarative paradigm, right? Where the CDS will capture all the knowledge about your domains, whatever it requires. One is your service centric paradigm. Okay, with some sort of notation or events you use it, like some query, some events, some of the services, and then you actually implement those services. So if i if I will show you that part, so let's just see here. So this will say UI. Okay, and just below, who is going to generate the UI? You are going to generate the UI by your CAP service model. Okay, so that is your CAP service model. And then there another one which will be which going to use as a domain model, right? So okay, what the difference between domain model, I will and this one, domain model. Okay, so now see, UI means I would say here Fury, that's fine. And okay, so CD CAP domain model means here, okay, a little bit I will give a space, and so I can write. So here what you do here is this area, what what you actually see here. This is basically CAP serious domain model. Okay, so here you do serious programming. You declare your views, means the entity which you are wrote, right? That is your here serious domain model where you are defining, okay, where you are basically defining your entity. Okay, you are defining your entity, right? So this is the area where you are going to define your entity. Now, what you have defined, okay, or I will say this layer will keep it here. Whatever you defined here, now you are going to expose it, okay, into the service model. Okay, so this is your service model. So this service is nothing but you are going to expose that, expose OData service, I would say, OData service. And from this OData service, now you are going to, in this service, you are going to annotate, you are going to generate the UI mockup. So with the help of OData service annotation, you are going to annotations, you are going to generate your Fiori applications, right? UI, like line items you have object page, facet, filter bar, everything. So you define that way, right? So this domain modeling, from where you do? We do it from here. You fetch from the database, right? Whatever database you have, it could be local, it could be HANA, whatever you database reference you have available. So I will say database or data source, whatever you have available, right? Now, this database, from this, you have consumed the service, you define the data model entity, you expose the data service. Now, this service definition, you are going to act as a auditor service. So CAP is nothing but auditor service here. Now, in this area, let's have one of the auditor service. So this is your auditor service. In this auditor service itself, you are going to implement your some kind of implementation logic of event handler, some implementation, anything. For example, let's say I'm going to have a some sort of definition or some sort of information which is built on that, right? For example, I will implement my runtime logic, right? So what is given here is anything, or I will say custom or custom handlers, or I will say auditor service, I will say service implementation, service implementation. Now, after this service implementation, what it will look for is some sort of event handlers, right? So what event handlers it is looking for? You write down, right? You have exposure auditor service. Now during runtime, you need to have your event handlers. Remember the I mentioned the Node.js. So you write down here with respect to Node.js, right? So this area, what we are mentioning here is your custom event handler. I would also write here custom event handler. If you don't have any event to handle, that's you can skip it. Okay, so this event handlers is actually via your CAP program is actually doing where differences they is doing here, because during the runtime itself you are writing some sort of query and you are indicating ki, hey, this custom handler what you are writing with Node.js, where you are writing, you are writing actually on the CAP program, right? So when you are writing some handlers, event handlers, which eventually is going to, let's say you write some query, okay, based on this certain condition, this is the query. The query is passing through auditor service to via CAP model to database. So basically during runtime, this is actually communicating to your database. Okay, so this is how it is the complete cycle. Now this data source is also like, see, this chain is the same. This data source, the service what we have is nothing but out of your database, right? And this Fury, whatever you see here, this layer is nothing but exposed as an user interface, which is nothing but UI consumption, right? So this UI consumption is nothing but your Fury app. Or I will write this part here, and I will say here UI component. UI component means your annotation means I mean it that components.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of the Cloud Application Programming CAP model in SAP BTP? Option A, to develop web applications using JavaScript. Option B, to create mobile apps for iOS and Android. Option C, to create business apps using domain-specific languages. Option D, to design and deploy microservices. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, looking to ace your supply management game? Our SAP BTP with CAP course is here to guide you through. You can go through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we dive into SAP BTP with CAP, a powerful toolkit for planning everything from ensuring we got enough products to get them where they need to be. We cover everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced techniques. Our content is created by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part, it's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity won't put a dent in your wallet. Ready to become a SAP BTP with CAP Whiz? Enroll on our page now. For more details, hop over to ZaranTech's website.
Interface. So this is your Fury or UI Fury, whatever you can call it. So this Fury in behind is also using what? OETA service. So if you see this whole structure, this is how it's getting communicated, right? So database to serious data model to the CAP service model, where you define your order. So here you domain modeling, you do you service definition, you add up annotation to generate UI components. It's generating the Fury app, or I will say here Fury elements, because Fury means like pre-style Fury elements as well. So right, Fury elements, and then Fury elements consuming OITA service. OITA service implementation has certain event handlers with Node.js. These event handlers has been conducted on your CAP service, which is eventually is turning out to be your database only. Okay, so what are the languages we use it here? So we use this languages, which I will just mention here. So for example, the language what we use here is uh, let's see. Okay, the language what we have it here is something called CDL. Okay, CDL is our definition language for serious. Okay, so this is going to be our definition language. Okay, then we will be going to have a something called CSN. What is CSM? I have told already is core schema notation, which is very much linked to your EDMX, right? You hope you guys might be aware of what is EDMX file. So EDMX files are those files which we generally communicate to their any of your metadata what you have exposed to OITA service. So every OITA metadata service can have a EDMX file, which in the form of JSON structure, and this is where you have this CSN come into the picture. Okay, so this is your core schema notation. This is your core serial, means you have a core definition language which is used in your CDS, and then you have something called CQL. So it's very much relevant to your what I say SQL, but it is not exactly the same. It is very short form of SQL. So this is query, core, query, language. Okay, so we have this CDL, we have CSN. So these are the languages in the CAP, basically CAP development support, and which is going to be useful very much whenever you are trying to have a information available. So this part is kind of additional information that you can actually, you will be using it, then you will get to know. But more of is the same information that you will be carrying out for you throughout your uh, development of your basically domain language development or cap development. So basically this thing is called as domain language. What we call it is a domain language. So this part I can say the cap domain language. So I will say cap domain language. Okay, so these are the complete I think the information which I provided about you, about the cap, what it does, what all the feature it has, what it does. Okay, what are the, they have a relationship, I mean how it works basically in that area of your the complete development tool to environment to database, that's the structure. Then we have this the flow of how you implement all this information. Okay, so similar way cap having different other many topics, like it has how you can going to define here, how you will be going to perform all this operation. So this thing we will be going to talk from tomorrow. We will be having a more of enhanced section where like we are going to develop and design your application in the cap. We will be there are a lot of topics which will be covering one by one, and throughout the topic whenever we having any kind of one thing you have to always remember is that whenever you do any sort of development, let's say, or any technology platform, we are going to use it. So focus on what type of during that training what type of error you're receiving, like let's say there are, because you do not have a direct database connectivity available, or probably you have a maybe some library disconnection, so it will throw some error, right? So during that development phase you have to see that how this error is going, or how this error is going to remains there, or how it's getting resolved. So those are our in live session where you need to understand how this flow is happening, how this is getting resolved, what are the tools we are using it, how we are importing, what are the declaration we are using it. So all this step by step, because it will be very difficult to document it. Rather, I would suggest whenever any like say any session happens, so the first thing you need to do is that whatever the we have done. So I think I mean we have a today we have more of an introduction section of about the BTP and CAP what we have done today. From the next class onwards, when you are doing on practice, so try to whatever topics we are covering, you do the either in parallel practice, or let's say because everyone you all have a right business application studio access, so you can try parallelly and just see how it's working. Because what happens like when we keep moving topic wise, when we keep inserting many information one by one, so what happen, you may run out to the error when you directly trying to copy, or let's say you are writing whatever we have discussed at a time. It is not going to work smoothly because there are certain things which needs to be implemented by every changes, right? So if you that missed out, it will be not going to be actual the way you are thinking it can be resolved. Okay, so it's a recommended you try parallelly, you try with me whenever you are doing, whenever we are doing any hands-on, let's try to do it in parallel. And anything you have any doubt, we will be trying to make it even possible. One thing I have seen like in the previous, I mean also I've in your TCS branch, I have already done the training for Fury CAP and all this stuff already. I have done it, so for your ABAP folks itself. So most of the time they try to link, okay, between the ABAP, uh, basically not the rap is just still those who has worked on, they can actually connect very much. But those who is working on classical ABAP programming, so they will be little bit, you know, uh, very much comparative with the CAP with that ABAP tool. Let's say we have a BAPI, we have right function module, we have BOPF. So all this terminology, it's built, it's means to ABAP itself. It does nothing to do in your CAP. Okay, CAP having their own way of building your same OTA sort of OTA service with respect to their predefined and inbuilt cloud-based library, right? Which I was mentioning here, Cloud SDK, right? So SAP Cloud SDK, this SDK has everything. So whatever we build up, we define entity, we define association, we use aspects and whatever property we have. And so let's not compare with the BADI, BAPI, function model, all these things. This doesn't come in this scenario. Okay, it is more focused on your mainly association, composition, and operation of with respect to Node.js, composition, right? Authentication. So try to understand that because this is a separate framework than your ABAP. ABAP being a very different platform if you compare with CAP. Okay, so you have to keep it your heads clean up. I mean, what I mean to say is that ki think like you are learning a new framework. Of course, it will be very starting from the very basic level. It will be mostly you will be covering a basic understanding of your framework first. Okay, and then you try to understand learning it as a new framework tool rather comparing with your ABAP knowledge. Then you will be confusing there. Okay, so let's keep it because it's a very separate framework and there is no relation between ABAP. Okay, so that thing you one suggestion I would give. Okay, so I believe everyone having already an access to your business application studio. If anyone doesn't have kind of so you don't have subscribed in your service, then please do it so that from tomorrow you will be your tool is ready and you can start directly development. And we will have from tomorrow on, we will have a less theoretical, like less theoretical in the sense, like we of course we will have a little bit discussion on the topic that will be of course ongoing part, but we will have on hand in hand practice, right? So today was your more of the focus on understanding your platform and the CAP and the what all the things it does. From tomorrow in the CAP perspective development, whatever terminology will come, we will little bit discuss about what is this and then we'll try to implement in our use case.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is an advantage of using the CAP model in SAP BTP? Option A, it enforces a strict waterfall development methodology. Option B, it requires extensive knowledge of ABAP programming. Option C, it allows for rapid application development with minimal coding. Option D, it is primarily designed for on-premises applications. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, looking to ace your supply management game? Our SAP BTP with CAP course is here to guide you through. You can go through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we dive into SAP BTP with CAP, a powerful toolkit for planning everything from ensuring we got enough products to get them where they need to be. We cover everything you need to know from the basics to more advanced techniques. Our content is created by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part, it's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity won't put a dent in your wallet. Ready to become a SAP BTP with CAP Whiz? Enroll on our page now. For more details, hop over to ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so this is the general confusion generally when you are working on RAP, which is if you're working on S4HANA on-premise system, right? And if you are working the RAP object in the cloud, okay, ABAP cloud system. Now, some of the guy who thinks like probably like in the ABAP RAP development they have done on cloud, they can directly use in the CAP. Okay, so that's actually not a right condition, right? Uh, understanding. So let's say the understand the difference of ABAP cloud version of RAP, what you do with respect to CAP, can we do direct integration or something like that? Okay, so in ABAP cloud, what you generally do, right? If you okay, ABAP cloud, let's talk about a normal ABAP on my system right now. So when you do the RAP development, which is called embedded steampunk, you guys might be aware of it. If you have done the RAP training, the trainer might have told you that comes, which is known as embedded steampunk. Now, in on BTP, there is a ABAP cloud instance also available. Okay, so this ABAP cloud instance is like similar to what you do on ABAP on the cloud and ABAP on the on-premise. There's a little bit differences. So what differences you will see in terms of development and how you can actually use in your CAP? Can we do it directly or not? That's something that you need to have a little bit understanding of it. So for example, let's say this is my uh, database, which is my S4 HANA database, right? I will say this one I say on premise. Okay, and using this database, you are going to use the ABAP cloud uh, instances, whatever is available on BTP. Okay, so I'm going to use, let's say I have a dev sub account of the BTP, which we have discussed last session. And this, let's say I have a service ABAP cloud enabled. Okay, ABAP cloud. So this is ABAP cloud. Generally, it is, I told you also, right? We have a set, I will also discuss by tool creating a sub account. We have some set of services subscription, some set of something called instance. Okay, instance is nothing but again a interface provided by the sum of the service that you can directly integrate or connect with your actually the copy of your services what you're going to work upon. Okay, so this sometimes the instance having a some service key that you can integrate generally for the various system. Let's say you want to integrate or you want to log in, so this instance service key will be helpful for such multiple service server connection or multiple sub account connectivity. That is, so when you talk about subscription is restricted to your actual account here. Okay, when you have service key or instance available, that is you can be shared with respect to your service key. So that's a little bit difference here. Now what you do is you use we go and do login where in your Eclipse ADT. Okay, both the RAP, whether you do like ABAP development on RAP on premise or you do ABAP cloud RAP development, any RAP development, it has to be done on your Eclipse ADT tool. Okay, that is the more supported for RAP development. I would just say as a RAP development. Now, after this, when you are coming to when you come here, right? So what's you are trying to first log in, right? So that login, how you will maintain it, that as I mentioned here, instance service key you can use it, or there's a way of directly login also that you can go and authenticate. If you have a dev sub account access for ABAP cloud, you will be able to log in. So basically connect, or I would say log in to the ABAP cloud, okay, for your RAP development. Now, when I'm talking about here, or I will just say login. Okay, that's it. Okay, so now in this stage, you have to connect with the backend. Now, backend where it resides, it's residing on my system, right? So this on my system, what is the major disadvantage right now with the RAP, with ABAP Cloud, with S4 HANA on my system is that you cannot directly link. Okay, you cannot directly link or connect to your database basically. So I would say this is what I'm trying to say is there is not a provision directly you can just go and connect with your database, something like that. Okay, 1 minute, we are wanting to have something better. We'll take this one. Okay, so here you cannot directly connect. So the reason being is this is your ABAP instance, right? ABAP environment or on the cloud, and what we have, it's an on-premise system. So you cannot directly connect or basically access the database of your S4HANA system. So here, the major disadvantage you will see is cannot directly connect to the database, right? So that's the one of the major disadvantage I will say. Okay, like you cannot directly go and connect to your database in S4HANA on-premise version of your app development. Okay, so what you will do, how you can do that? Yes, in that scenario, whatever, let's say you have a BAPI, you have a function module, or whatever business logic you have resides there, okay, with respect to whatever standard custom you have done it. So you have to develop an OData service, first of all. That OData service will act as a communication channel between your uh, the app development on-premise communication from ADT to your ABAP cloud. So basically, you cannot directly connect to your database, but indirectly you have to connect. So for example, here you develop some sort of auditor service with respect to some standard BAPI API, whatever you have in the backend, and then you expose that auditor service and connect via your Eclipse now. Now in this area, you come and then do the development, like customization you can do, like any sort of custom, right? But again, there are a lot of restriction, like you cannot directly go and change the body or something. So it's only some sort of extension can be added here as a wrap development. Okay, so this is one of the major drawback you will be facing when you are doing ABAP cloud development with S4 HANA on-premise system. So it's like a kind of, I would say, a lengthy process where you are doing some sort of 40-50% development in your S4 HANA on-premise. You are exposing it on the cloud as an auditor service, that you are reusing it in your wrap development of ABAP cloud. And then when you're exposing it, the main thing is that the auditor API endpoint will change. It will not remain the same. Okay, so the exposed auditor service as a result of wrap development for ABAP Cloud will be differ. It will differ from what you actually utilize from S4HANA. Okay, so that is again another difference here. Okay, so that kind of differences will be surely is going to a little bit, kind of confusion, or it will not be confusion. I would say the complexity will increase. So it will be a smoothly working when you are working on such kind of information. For example, let's say here, okay, let's say I have a now scenario of I am directly using S4 HANA Cloud. Okay, now S4 HANA, let's say the cloud version, right? Now in this S4 HANA Cloud version, what will be happening is this scenario, whatever we see here is, let's again, you can actually directly connect now. Why? The reason being, the database resides in your cloud, and your ABAP development of cloud instance also resides in your same cloud system only. So for you, connectivity from your backend system, HANA Cloud version, will be straightforward. So now both the services, whatever wrap service you have developed here, right? This wrap service can be now accessible directly as an auditor service that you can develop from here, whatever has came up, and the same auditor service what you have developed as an in result. So both can generate auditor service only, but difference of complexity lies here, and here is the direct accessibility of your database. Now, coming to the question of both the auditor service can be used in our RAP development, sorry, CAP development. The answer is yes, but not directly. For example, you can consume this RAP service or RAP auditor service in your CAP development. So this is your CAP service, right? You can actually use this auditor or whatever you have exposed as a wrap service. I will just write in there, not a normal service. I would say it's a wrap, okay, wrap based service. Okay, so that service, whatever you have developed, it could be, let's say, using your ABAP cloud version of on-premise, or you do directly version of your deployment perspective. Both can be accessible as an auditor service because it's nothing but an auditor service, right? So here, what we do generally, we do majorly do kind of extension, right? So for example, I will just put one sort of information here. What we generally, what common we have it here, we do wrap development for custom extension, right? We do wrap development for custom extension. Okay, so this extension, what we do is on top of whatever here in this scenario, on top of OData, right? On top of the exposed OData, what you are using it from the S4 system. Here it is directly, you are directly doing the development of wrap services. So that's a little bit difference here. Just see here. Now, both the services is going to release an auditor service, right? Both type of service can be released as an auditor service, which will go and sit here. So now your app development for custom extension will give you an auditor service, which is I will okay, remove this auditor wrap part now because it's already clear. So now we have already an auditor service. Okay. So this auditor service now pretty much can be utilized in our RAP development, but sorry, CAP development, but not as a direct service. Rather, it is going to work as an external API. Okay. So the major difference is you are not going to consider this API as a pure OData service which you have developed. Rather, it is going to be some sort of the development which you do it. Okay, so we have a external, okay, external API. Okay, external API. External API means like external auditor service as an API. So external, it will consider as an external OData service as an API, as an external API, or I will say here auditor service as an external API. So the major difference we have this. So it's like in my previous, I mean also like one of the batch we have done that training. So like they have also done that wrap and also they were thinking because we are developing on the same, can we not directly use it and in your CAP directly instead of developing in the CAP from scratch. So anything you develop in the CAP from the data model perspective, that will be considered as your actual CAP service. If something which is not like the data modeling has not been done in your CAP will not be going to considered as a pure like a or CAP service. Rather, it can be reused as an external API as part of your CAP service that you can be integrate and expose as a part of your CAP service. Okay, so this is the differences. I hope that clarity provides you good understanding now. And this CAP development also you can do it from here. And this again, this connectivity is not possible. Okay, CAP to S4 HANA to on directly. Again, if you want to communicate via this, then again this piece of things has to be here, basically, which I have already mentioned you, right? So this is something which is going to give you this OData sort of part here that you can connect, and then only you will be able to no direct connectivity to your on-premise system. So that's how you can connect here. So this kind of you will see that kind of development in case of when you're doing RAP or CAP, the major differences. And now CAP, just imagine, is a complete and separate chunk of your development, whether you do on-premise or you do on the cloud. Okay, you can merge together as a separate service, but it cannot be considered as your CAP service as a, from the data modeling perspective. Okay. No, so HANA Cloud, when you have right HANA Cloud, you there are certain DB right which gets created as a let's say HDI container or some kind of data lake, something which is already created. So you have a certain connectivity to be maintained in your ABAP cloud system, which give, let's say you have a dev system. Okay, so dev system is already has a database system available. So when you are logging, how you connect to your, let's say just imagine like you are login to your from Eclipse edit to your normal S4 HANA system, right? You create a web project, you create a package, and then you log into your SAP GUI, right? Same way, when you come to Eclipse edit, cloud version. So you have to log in. So you have to see login, or basically I say here connect. So connect means your database. Okay, connect or login to the ABAP cloud, whatever version you have. Let's say you are in the dev right now. So you need to, the moment you are login. Now, if you have the access to database, like there are rules to be assigned here. So like who can access the cloud database or who cannot access it. So all these things will be present there. So while logging it, you will have access, right, to connect to your DB. Some option will become in your app development, right, while creating your project. So in ABAP Cloud, the instance, the package, all gets created on the cloud instance here in the ABAP Cloud instance. Here you create as an package. That package is already linked to your database. So when you are connecting to your package, you will be showing the what all the database is already available for that particular package which has been created. From there, you can directly access your database, whatever has been exposed to your that environment. Have you seen that? I mean, about cloud instance of in your organization, or how is it as of now? That's what I'm saying. You have to then in that case you have to configure your HANA Cloud. Okay. In HANA Cloud database, you can have to create a package. Have you gone through the ABAP Cloud instance? It has a separate interface where you see the software component management. There you have to create a package. Okay. Once you create the package, you have to create a communication channel. The communication channel, you have to maintain the connectivity of your database. So there are setup. I mean, there are some sort of configuration required to do before you start directly development on Eclipse. So right now, I think what you have done is you have enabled the ABAP Cloud instance. You have just log in it. Okay, but the major chunk which give you access to your deployment, development, and with respect to your HANA Cloud, that configuration is might be missing. So check that part. So if you click on ABAP Cloud instance, you will see there is separate interface will open, which you can say as a launchpad. Okay, it will have a lot of tabs available. So each tab represents some action. Okay, so under the software component, you are going to develop your app object by creating a package. You have to maintain the communication channel. You have to maintain the rules, the user set of data, what roles you need to assign, and all these configuration when you're done, then only you will be able to have the access to your whatever database you have created in your trial version. If it's not, then you may not be able to directly access. So there are some sort of configuration required. Public and see public cloud is something like which is accessible by almost everyone, but of course there's a restriction as with respect to the roles authorized and check in respect to the account level. Okay, when we say private, the private becomes little bit advanced version of your on-premise system. So it is a cloud version, but it has been that cloud part has been given to you to manage by the SAP. So when you say public, it will be managed by SAP. Okay, and when you have a private, so you can also manage up to certain extent, and parcel will manage by SAP. So there are difference. It will be so I mean, yeah, of course, with respect to private and public, the main difference of handling of it. Public is purely by SAP. Private is like you advanced version of your on my system on cloud that you can also manage, and you will have also control over it. What information you are getting it, as in you click, because these are the information you will have. So first of all, you have to register to your SAP system, right? So you have to just register to your SAP system. Okay. So now when you are registering here, you have an option. Okay. So let's say if you don't have it, okay, let's say I'm just saying something. Let's say, for example, somebody who is just trying a new email. Okay. So you have a create your SAP account. Okay. So when you write your whatever account you have created, and then you just log in. So when you so basically in registration process, what happens, like it is for those user who has not registered. So you have to put the name, you have to put the, of course, company name and all this stuff whatever is required, and then you have to follow the next step. So registration is important before you jump into the login process. Okay. So once you register is done, then it will send you some of course your email ID is valid. It will send you some sort of okay, here even I can just give a copy. So this is your first name, second name, you see the company region and your universal email ID, whichever you want to have it, and then you create a password. Okay, so like that. So you create your one of the ID. Once it's created, you will receive one email confirmation in your Gmail that you have to go and click on and activate it. Once it has been activated, then you have to come back, and now you try to log into your SAP BTP trial account. Okay, so when we say SAP BTP trial account, so how you will be going to check it, that you can just log in into accounts.sap.com. Okay, so there are different way of accounts.sap.com. Also, you can directly check it. Account.sap.com. Okay, and here it will be going to ask you, okay, what is your email ID, what is your password, and all this thing you is required for you, that you can check it. So here also, like, it's the same thing. When you come here, you need to just maintain whatever the credential you have maintained here. I will just let me try here. Okay, so once you log in, okay, so your ID has been created now. Now, uh, you have the option. If you go and see it, now you have been logged in. Okay, so now you can also search here if you have something like BTP trial account login. Okay, it will give you the page of directly BTP okay, trial sign in. Okay, so you can come here and just put your credential. So your every user which who has been registered is actually going to have a some sort of p user id created. Okay, so p user is something which is stored as part of default, what I'm saying, kind of default, I would say, um, credential, or I will say that there's something called default SAP default IAS, like, okay, identity provider service, where all your Gmail account will be like accessibility will be saved. It will create your P user ID. So if you are in your organization, so trial user having a P ID, and if you are in the organization, let's say you are in your organization, you organization might have raised your request for S user ID. Okay, so S user ID is something which is a valid, um, I would say that corporate level or enterprise level ID, which will be having a much more accessibility than the trial account holders. Okay, so that's the difference, P user and S user. Okay, so now you connect with your, you try to log in, since you already log in to your SAP Universal ID, and once again you just have to provide the authentication with respect to either login ID. You can also connect with some sort of whatever information you need. Now now the earlier mobile number was not that much actually important. Now it has been actually came into the picture. I mean, so whoever is creating very first time, they have to pass their basically the mobile number here. Okay, so once you pass the mobile number, you will receive some sort of OTP, and then you will be able to say this. So I will just do this part. I will stop this sharing, and I will just finish this mobile number part, and then we will share it once again. 1 minute. Okay, so once you enter your mobile number, it will ask you the code which you might receive in your mobile number. That with the help of that code, you will be going to see that what information has came as a verification code. So that verification code you need to enter. So once you're done with that verification code, with that will be confirmed. So once you confirm this, so it will start loading your BTP cockpit. Okay, so you can see now, once the verification has been done, it is loading my it has loaded my trial account. Okay, so now see here, it is saying here, create a new trial account, and whichever Gmail ID I have used it, and then continue to your trial home. So after verification of your account and then mobile number, you can continue to your trial home. So once you continue to your trial home, now you will have the option that you can create a sub account. Now you see here, remember in one of our session we discussed about, like, when we creating a sub account, it is very much uh, bound to your kind of, what I'm saying, bound to one of the region, right? So it could be your AWS, which is having for East, Azure is for Singapore. Okay, so whichever, and there is Europe as well. So Europe is not available for trial version, but it is available for your enterprise version. So it depends on. So we have generally 3 or 4 database center we have it discuss about, right? It have the structure of uh, global account, like I think we discussed already somewhere. The very first thing which will come the structure wise, you will have a global account first on the top. Yeah, you see, this is your global account, and on top of it, you are creating a some sort of your trial account. So you see, global account has been, this is your global account now. In the global account now, a sub account has been created as a trial. But remember, I have also discussed about the directory concept, right? So from a global sub account, you can directly create a sub account or a directory. Okay, you can either create a direct sub account or create a directory. Inside a directory, you can keep n number of sub account. So this hierarchy structure will actually help you to segregate your sub account structure level. Let's say you wanted to have a directory which is dedicated to a finance team of your development, one for HR, one for sales, one for manufacturing procurement. So you can actually, if you have multiple teams available in your organization, then it's a good way to segregate those sub accounts set up. That will help. Let's say you wanted to have three teams working on three different project categories. So create three different category. Inside that different category, you are going to have those stuff which is available, and we can, I mean, you can manage it properly. Okay, so you can directly assign a directory to the sub account user. So managing those will be easy. Now see here, these things, if you see, it has been already created. Okay, so in generally in your when you're creating an enterprise sub account, once you have selected the origin and sub account, it will, global sub account will be created. That's it. Enterprise. In sub account layer, you actually have to come and give a name. Okay, and give a space name. You have to also create a Cloud Foundry, a space and something. So in trial account, it actually gave you almost all the possible configuration which is available to you. So now if you see here, go to your trial account here, and in this trial account you will see it, this one of the sub account has been created. Okay, so this sub account, if you remember, if I wanted to do this uh, setup for a particular environment, if I have to do, right? So for that purpose, you can actually search here. Let's say if you wanted to have and make use of your ABAP environment, so set up the account for, these are the option is available that you can configure, right? So for example, let's say ABAP Cloud. If you search here, the account for ABAP Cloud. Okay, similar way, if you have a, okay, Cloud Foundry, that is the environment that you can set up. Similar, any things you wanted to set up as specific to some of your environment requirement of, let's say one of the ways ABAP Cloud. Okay, so that you can set, you using the booster, you can actually perform all this activity, which helps you doing all the background activity by automatically. It's automation tool which helps you to do all this stuff. Okay, entitlement. So generally by default, whatever I think almost 50 to somewhere 55 is number of entitlements has been given to you, right? As a trial account member, 54, okay, like that. So these all the entitlements will give you the accessibility of the service marketplace. Okay, so let's see, I'm coming in, going inside now. Okay, and then I will I will, once I am inside here, I will see it that, okay, what are the activity and what are the information are available here. If you see here, by default, my Cloud Foundry environment has been enabled. By default, dev has been created, but I do have option. I can create another dev space, and all these things we can actually create it. All right. Now, what I said here, based on entitlements, you can go to your service marketplace. Okay, and you can find out what you need. So if you come back in our instance and subscription, this is the place where you will see what are the subscription is available. So guys, again, see, by default this was added here. Okay, so by default whenever you create, your development tool has been added. But if it's not added, then in go to service marketplace and you will find, so it's applicable to all the services, not only specific to some of the tool. Depend as based on your entitlements, you go and search for anything. Let's say I'm saying here business application studio. So if it had not been created, I could have create option, it would have been added as a subscription. So see here, this is the you can see application plans here. Okay, this will tell you about a subscription layer. Okay, not as an instance layer. So when I'm talking about any service, let's say if I go to any if I'm taking any of the BTP sub account. Okay, so here on BTP sub accounts, when I'm going to take some of the service. Okay, so in that service you will have a different set of services set up available. Okay, so what are the services we have? We have three types of those services. Okay, so that three types of service, let me show you. Okay, so let's say one of the service which you will call it as a subscription. Okay, subscription to the service. Okay, any service based on your entitlements what has been given to you. Now after this you will have something called instance of the service. Okay, instance of the service. Okay, 1 minute. I think, yeah, instance and subscription only. Third one, I think it was a key part. Key is nothing but the from the instance only we can manage, so that's okay. Okay, so here you will be having these two things. Okay, will be having. Now these services also categorized into three layer. Okay, so all these like it is applicable to both the service, both type of service here. How it works is like if any service you are taking up, you have a two option. Okay, one is either you take it as a uh, okay, I think it is having three services. One is, yeah, three type of services, and here you will be writing those three services. So for example, let's say I am having now the service plan can be your free. So there is one something called free service, your default, which is also known as default free service. Okay, free service. So it means you SAP will not charge you for this. They are given you by default. Now coming back to here, this is then now something called standard. Okay, a standard, which is your paid service. Okay, and then you have another layer of that service which is called, okay, I will little bit take it here.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which programming language is used for writing KP applications in SAP BTP? Option A, Java. Option B, Python. Option C, JavaScript. Option D, CDS. Core Data Services. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, looking to ace your supply management game? Our SAP BTP with CAP course is here to guide you through. You can go through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we dive into SAP BTP with CAP, a powerful toolkit for planning everything from ensuring we got enough products to get them where they need to be. We cover everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced techniques. Our content is created by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part, it's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity won't put a dent in your wallet. Ready to become a SAP BTP with CAP Whiz? Enroll on our page now. For more details, hop over to ZaranTech's website.
Okay, and then third layer will be your paid service. So whenever you need any service, just please check what is available as part of your entitlements. So always look for entitlements. Whatever service you see is actually is based on your entitlements. Okay, so whatever is available, that only you can see in your service marketplace. Okay, so these all things based on entitlements assigned, based on assigned entitlements. Okay, so entitlements assigned to a BTQ basically on a sub account. Okay, now so this part you see a standard paid service, then you have something called advanced paid service. So this is little bit advanced is more powerful than a standard, and default is something, default is free service which is available for either in your trial, it could be in your paid, it could be your any of the services. Okay, now these services have a another things which they call it as a pay as you go. So how you will be paying it? This thing as a part of your understanding is a part of your curriculum. So I'm just explaining you. So something which is called pay as you go means what? The moment you are using that service, then only you have to use. So for example, let's say you have a BAS application. Okay, so Business Studio is one of the most used service. So if you are keep using it, if you are keep assigning the more developer to your tool, your basically the what I say the audit the payment of your particular subscription model for a particular duration will keep increasing because you have taken pay as you go, right? And then you can buy at a certain let's say restriction, right? So for example, let's say you wanted to buy something which is at a short time, like let's say for 10 users you wanted to, okay. uh, let's say I have a 20 team of my members, developer members, okay. uh, and then I wanted to buy a service which is actually going to tell me what are the service as required, and I will take only 10 user accessibility, okay. So those kind of service we will be going to as a pay as you go for BTP. And there another service which is going to give you in a bulk or completely like as an enterprise level, okay. There's something which is called as a cloud platform enterprise agreement, which is called CPA, okay, as a CPEA. Okay, so this is another pay module. Okay, so this is another pay module which I will say here. So this is not related to this. This is something related to all. Okay, this is the model for uh, like how you going to pay. Okay, there are another one. The basically the consumption is a commercial model. Okay, for the whatever in BTP is selling it. Okay, so it is having a three. I think one is this, and one more is there. I'm just forgetting something. CPA. There's something BPA. I mean, business BTP agreement. Okay. So there's another one which is called uh, BTP, which is SAP BTPEA. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So SAP BTPEA means what? This is something which is telling you are going to do some kind of agreement to that service to the with the SAP. So this is something which what we call is agreement. So this is your agreement. Let's say you have taken one service for a 1 year of agreement. Okay, so that agreement until it's there, whatever you have paid, where you are using it or you are not using it, it doesn't matter. SAP will charge you. So this is called SAP BTP enterprise agreement. Enterprise agreement. Okay, so this is the actually for this tool. So it is the for certain duration of agreement part. Then this layer, what you see, you will be seeing here in this case CPA. It is your cloud platform enterprise. Generally, most of the enterprise is taking this part. Okay, cloud platform, because once you take as a right PaaS, right? PaaS means like a platform as a service, right? So this is they are saying cloud platform agreement. Okay, so this part is majorly followed by the organization or the enterprise level, so that they own it. Because see, BTP is what? BTP is nothing but it is a uh, it is a PaaS, okay, platform as a service. So this is your uh, PaaS. Okay, this is known as platform as a service. So let's say I will just say platform as a service. Okay, so here your SAP act as a owner of your PaaS. Okay, so this is the your BTP account is a part of your platform. So out of this cloud, what is platform? This is a cloud platform. So they go for this cloud platform enterprise agreement, and uh, I mean there are another model available for BTP infrastructure entirely. You can take it. This they are take it because they will get here Neo also here. Okay, Neo and other existing customer who doesn't have a BTP, they will go for a cloud platform. If those who is new to BTP, they will go for this part. And this is very kind of regressive kind of pay as you go. It means like the service which you are keep using it, you have to keep paying it. If you're not using it, you will not pay it. Okay, so that's how it is designed accordingly. Now, all this BTP sub account hosted on something as a on our cloud, right? So which they are the service provider. Okay, so those who provides your service, which is called SaaS. Okay, so SaaS as a service or service as a, I mean, you can say, yeah, SaaS platform, where they all the web hosters. So BTP is actually getting hosted on. We have seen, right? We have a hoster is AWS. Then we have Azure. Then these are the two major support you have for our BTP. So these are your cloud hosting. Okay, so they are the major cloud hosting for BTP. Okay, cloud infrastructure hoster, cloud infra hosting. Okay, or host I will say. Okay, that's it. Cloud infra host, or I will say cloud infra service provider. Service provider. All right, so this is the again another structure of your how your BTP sub account and service works in this segment. Okay, now coming back to this, once you have assigned to anything, so let's say in later stage, if I have to take any of the service, so there is something called SAP build. Okay, SAP build work zone. Okay, so this is something which is act as a launch pad. So if you want to use this, you have to just say create. Okay, when you are going to create option, then it will be going to give you that feasibility that okay, the option will come. So it will give you the name of the service, whatever this you see. I have similar instances and the subscription. So there are two things are available, which is a standard instance can also be created, and standard subscription also can be taken. So this is what we have mentioned here. You can have a subscription or instance based. Okay, so a single service can have both also, but not all. Okay, but few services they have both. Now instances and subscription, what are the major difference? That using instances you can create a service key that will be helpful for your other sub account and other services integration as a communication. You can standard, that's where you use standard key. Otherwise normal scenario you have to go for a service subscription, which is my standard. Now you see here, you will be wondering, okay, how in the trial account they have given a standard plan? Yeah, because this something which is default free. Not every service is freely available, and not every service they can keep upgrading and degrading to free or standard advanced. So some services which is freely also available as part of your free trial information. So that's okay. So now when you create it, it is going to you can actually go and see that subscription again. Like if you see that subscription means whatever the things you are creating here, that service it will come under the subscription. You see it is processing. Now I will show you same thing how it will works for instances. Okay, so I'm going to again create SAP build work zone. I have an option of again see, since I have, you can see application plan here. Read here. So you have a standard plan, you have two availability, right? So now okay, so this is with respect to region, and one is subscription I have already taken, and there is another one which is available as a service plan, which I can take it up. So this I can create. I have taken already a subscription, so I can take now as an instance of it, right? So when I'm taking instance, you see, if I'm taking subscription, there is no such option is coming. It's already given key. Okay, it's already present in my sub account, but I cannot use it. So I will go for instance creation. The moment it comes to instance creation, uh, you will be seeing something like that. Okay, so what are the environment you are pointing to? Let's say you have multiple environment, you have ABAP or cloud or Ikema. So you need to select from there, and then select your what kind of dev space you have, right? For example, for Cloud Foundry, if you are creating multiple dev space, you will be having a multiple dev space selection here. So whichever space you wanted to create, you have to give that a space name and give the name of it. So I will just give us something came SAP build dash work zone dash instance. Okay, instance. Okay, I will go and I will say create. So what happens here is, again this instance will be started creating, but you see this instance subscription will come here and instance will go here. Now you see SAP build work zone instance has been created. So if you are creating any instances, it has an option to create a service key. As again say, the service key will be helpful for you uh, to integrate with any different system or service which you wanted to work with. Let's say you having another sub account. Just imagine, for example, let's say you wanted to make this launchpad connectivity available, or you wanted to integrate your this launchpad to be available for as an entry point for other sub account apps also, right? So you need to create a bridge, right? You need to communicate with each other, right? With your different sub account, or you not only sub account to sub account, even a same sub account also. Sometimes during the authentication of your application or service, you need to pass certain service key as a authenticate parameter. I will show you what all the things it presents. So in the service key, you create a service key. Now you can give us some kind of, again, SAP build dash work zone SRB key. Okay, so again, so you see this body. So if you wanted to have some certain amount of information to be passed as a default, okay, right now this is empty body, okay. But if you wanted to insert some of the feature, or let's say some of the property, I would say, like let's say authentication true, or let's say you wanted to have some kind of key value pair you wanted to put as a part of your additional object to be presented in your file, or you wanted to have some already predefined prescribed your JSON file, then you can browse and you can keep it. If you don't have nothing, no worry, you can just go and do a create operation. That was optional. It is only needed when you have some specific data to be stored as a part of your service key. Okay. So now it depends on your use cases if it's required or not. Generally, it's very rare, but they have given you flexibility that you can actually go and create such keys in such keys in case of those information. Okay, like that. All right. Now see, it has been created. Okay, you have option now. You can view it. You can download it. Now you see here the service key in the form of JSON. You have two options. You can actually see in the form of form. So form you will see like label, and this fields is given what is the portal service, right? So this means the path of your service which you are using it. Portal means the see if you guys have, maybe if you might have interacted with the earlier version of SAP Cloud Platform, which was SCP new version. So Fury Launchpad used to known as a portal service. Okay, so that's why I told na ki whatever the feature they used to have in earlier version, they have bring back, and they have actually not bring back, they kept the same, because if they will remove it, their existing customer for your previous version of cloud version, they will be hampered, right? So they cannot do that, right? So that's why they still keep it. What that's why you see the name as a portal service rather as a SAP build or launchpad, something like that. Okay, so you might have heard this portal words in your previous, maybe down to 3 4 years back, okay, or 2 3 years back. Still right now is there, but yeah, in terms of BTP, it is now known as SAP build workzone. Okay, so now you see the endpoints. Your this is your token. This token is something which is going to use for authentication. Then HTML5 apps repo means whenever you deploy any application, Fury apps, right? That will be by default. It is going to sit here, right? Yesterday I also have mentioned you if you are doing the CAP development and Cloud Foundry as specific deployment, it will go under Cloud Foundry as space. But in case of HTML5 application, Fury application, it will come back here under your HTML5 application. So it will be going back here. Okay, so that's the support. So whenever the moment you deploy any Fury app on the BTP Cloud Foundry environment, it will be attached to your HTML5 repo. Means directly it will sit here. So this connection to the HTML5 which has been deployed to the your portal service, means say if your launchpad already been established. Okay, so you don't have to do additional uh, connectivity for your deployed Fury apps to the launchpad. But yes, configuration is required.
You of course you need to create a catalog, groups, roles, mapping, all these things you have to do. These are configuration part that still will remain the same. But what I'm saying, it still it already has been connected as a host. So what do you deploy? It's already present. You just have to enable it by some configuration. That's it. Okay, and these are instance ID. You have a SAP Cloud Service, whatever information. Now this was what UAA. This UAA is called user authentication. Okay, so this UAA is one of the default authentication mechanism on BTP, which is called XSUAA. Okay, so they are the mechanism out of derived from the HANA like XSJS earlier you might have heard. So say same fundamental, they're having XSUAA. So UAA is like some sort of standard user authentication mechanism with the help of JavaScript JW2 JSON token. So there's a certain set of authentication happen with JWT token and all. So it's happening in the background, but these all things is required when you're doing deployment. Okay, so during deployment part, you need to be very much careful what information is coming here and what information you need to pass upon. Okay, so based on those check whatever you provide, right? So those information will sit here and will can be communicate with any other information or any other services you wanted to integrate. So these are the client ID will be act as your unique ID for this application. Client secret act as a password. Okay, and URL is nothing but your endpoint URL, like your what you see here, right? Accounts HANA Travel on demand.com on the top. This is something your trial account with of course with respect to your trial ID what you are mentioning, so that you can find under your okay on the page of your first page itself. And then the zone what this thing find again tenant ID from where it has been created, what are the mode it is dedicated which is available, and these are the again API URL if you have to pass somewhere. So for the authentication purpose you have to pass this is again your verification key, the access app name, this is the ID, sub account ID, everything has been given. So right, so generally now you need to pass the way how you want to read it. So it is one of the way. Similar way in JSON, you can also see the same information has been written here. And the most important part, what you will have is you will be having a portal service name, this part. Then you will have a client ID, and then this is the nothing but the unique ID, the password, and this URL. So these are the four information which is very important, which is bound to your any deployed application. And of course the app name access means again it's a verified access UAA. Similar way access app means already authenticated service on your BTP cloud platform. Okay, so like that you will be seeing this information which is useful for many other scenario of integration of your services and whatever you do. All right, now come back to now see whatever you have implemented here, right? Whatever service you have imported, if you try to log in, okay, and you will be going to see this information. Like if you do not have certain types of login, you see here something it is saying you accept it, and it will ask you the identity provider is not able to access because you don't have the roles here. So now let's try again with respect to my SAP build work zone. It will again ask me to log in, and it will have me access denied page. Okay, so means I do not have those rules which is available to me, right? So I will go back to my security tab, and I will find my role collection. And here what I will do, whatever the rules I need, let's say for business application studio. So the rules are very much descriptive. Like you don't have to actually struggle to find out okay what rule is required. So you can just come back here, and under the user logs, you go and edit and add your ID, whichever I have been given. So let's say ZaranTech is one of the ID which we used here. So I will assign this person. Again, business application studio administrator and developer. Okay, so again so administrator is who will manage all your activity. Developer is must role, which is required by any developer. Okay, and here you can again add it here. This another one role is which is called extension deployer. Okay, so this is the I'm just passing for in our use case, it's not required. I'm just passing you additional information if you wanted to work with any standard Fury apps. Let's say if somebody is working, you have been imported to your business success studio, and you want to do some kind of extension out of it, right? Like like we a lot of SAP standard services are present. What we do is generally you go and create, you customize it, right? You customize in terms of whatever you do, back end customization, you do front end customization, it depends. So if you are doing any kind of customization in the from the business studio by doing some side by side extension or some kind of extensibility information, that scenario you need to take care of. uh, Such activity of deployment, you need to have a additional role, right? Because you are going to deploy something, a standard one, with some type of extension you have modified on that standard application. So you need this rule. Okay, this is additional information, not for our scenario. I'm just providing you. In case if you are in the future you are going to work, you need to have this extension deploy role. Then only you will be able to deploy your standard application, a standard SAP application on the cloud, on the BTP environment. Okay, so these are information. Now, what else we have? We have SAP build, SAP, or I will say here build. Okay, not build. Sorry, the name is Launchpad. Okay, the role is Launchpad. You see, the Launchpad admin. So you need to have the role of Launchpad admin for which service? For SAP Build Work Zone. Okay, so SAP Build Work Zone is the renamed of the Launchpad. Earlier, it used to known as a Launchpad, SAP BTP Launchpad service. Okay, it used to known as that, what the name of the service actually, which was coming the same. So in the previous version, HANA Cloud also we have something called Launchpad. Then SAP they have changed into SAP Portal Service as a Launchpad. Okay, so there it used to have a portal. That's I shown you today also, right? While creating a instance, you see that name is a portal. So portal also representing one of the Launchpad. Now in BTP version, they have firstly initially they gave the same name like SAP BTP Launchpad Service. Later on, they have changed into SAP Build Work Zone. The reason being is they have been two version of okay, they have available now. SAP Build Work Zone, a standard what you see, it's freely available. You see that, right? The plan what we see. There's something called advanced version of SAP Build Work Zone. So SAP Build Work Zone advanced version is a bit very vast mode of Launchpad, where you can host not only Fiori apps, but rather you can host n number of outside an application, SAP application, analytical apps, and many other workflow also you can configure. Any automation tool you can configure. So basically the almost all the solution which is hosted on or which is required to be hosted on the launchpad can be now accessed and deploy and configured on your SAP build workzone advanced version. Standard version is only for Fury apps. Fury, of course, then GUI app we have, right? SAP GUI web app, right? The web GUI app where you configure your transaction T code. Then you have a web intro app, right? So all these things you can still do on your SAP Fury normal work on a standard version where you don't have to basically pay for it, but you can configure out of it. Okay, so now this rule which is required. Now see this rule, you can actually see what are the rules already has been pre-configured with this particular rule. Okay, if you are creating any custom role, then you may have to add here those rules also. So for example, if you see here, you will see this plus icon will be enabled in case of your enterprise version. Like if you are creating any custom roles here, okay, in this role collection, and you wanted to make it a part of your launch, like any of the services could be launchpad, and it could be your uh, of course what I'm using is bash, or any services you wanted to have a control with respect to some custom rule that you can add here. So by default these are the rules already assigned to it. You have editor rule that you can edit the theme. You have a super admin role. You can configure your portal. You have a theme. Again, you can change the theme of your portal service. And viewer, definitely you can see whatever you have done. Means you can be able to see almost everything. You can edit, you can view, you can change. So this is the rules which has been already pre-configured. So now you assign your ID here to your particular roles. Now, same way, advanced theming. Again, if you see here, advanced theming also, do they have any rules assigned to it? Yes. So one is custom CSS editor. Let's say you wanted to design. Remember, I think you guys might have worked in other organization before as Fort Valley, or those organizations who are still using ECC background system. They do a lot of custom CSS, okay, implementation. So if you are changing, or so theme change, logo change, all these things they will do in the in the SAP system, all these things. So if you are doing such kind of custom theme design, then you need to have your advanced theming. So I'm just, for the knowledge, I'm just writing it here, but it's not required in our scenario, so I'm just saving it here. Again, external user. Who is external user? Those external user which you wanted to just to have us access to your application portal, launchpad. But this is again in optional. I mean, basically, if you assign a role to a directly to any of the user, that particular Fury app role, and then share the launchpad link, it will be able to access that application without having this role also. So that is okay, but it just in case if you have certain security configured in your organization to via, it has to go via external user role, then you have to assign this role to your any external business user you wanted to have access to it. Okay, so these are the rules which you can see. It is very much performed, and it will be available to all this scenario. Okay, so this is what I told you, ki this is the area where you can take any service, come here, find out the rules, okay, and then you can do all this activity whatever is available to you. Okay, so you can actually perform all this information here. Okay, now come back to instance and subscription. Now we'll try to launch my SAP will work zone. I'm just trying to show you. Okay, so this is going to refresh and something, it will take time. Maybe I will try by incognito and something it will work. So don't worry, it will just have a refresh issue maybe. Let's try to do that. Okay, now see, it has came as a login page. At least it is now trying to validate with my SAP Universal ID, and then once the login authentication is done, it will be going to be it will take you to your see here. Already I have logged into my contract, so it's already given me that I can go inside. So I can, if I click on OK, it will start me giving me the dev space manager role, right? Remember the same thing. Now see, it has started for SAP build workload also. Okay, so it's just like validating something which is coming in the background, something like that. So it will work, don't worry, just some time maybe refreshing part. Now this we have already discussed with all of you, like in last time, like if you are going to create, okay, your workspace. So this workspace is very much okay, what I say is very much designed for your requirements. Like you can create a number of workspace. So let's say I'm going to create my only specific to my only to my CAP training. Okay, so TRAINING. Okay, so now this CAP training I will be going to, okay, so I will be having it. What I having is SAP Cloud application. Now see, you have these four option available, right? So in this scenario, what you can do is you can select, okay, and in this scenario, what I can see it, whatever you will see SAP Fiori, if you want to do development, you can see these are the default, okay, extension tool they have available, and these are the advanced. So I think we have already discussed last time also. So let's not wait more time here. And this is again a different set of version tool which you can actually include. Like it supports your CAP, Fiori, and all this development. Other than additionally, you can do development for anything, Hana development or Python development. You can workflow development. You can add it. In our scenario, I will take full stack cloud application because we are going to develop the cloud application. We already have a CAP tool, so that I will keep it as a CAP tool. And we already have SAP HANA Database Explorer or whatever things. It's already built. MTA tool, all this thing, whatever is required to build my application is already present. We don't need any much additional part. If I need in the later stage, we will come back and we can edit also. Okay. But one thing, the name what you given in the beginning, it cannot be going to change so that your name remain the same. So I will just go and create a dev space. Okay, so it will create a respective dev space of mine, This dev space by default will have something called 2 GB or space available. So let's start creating this space now. Meanwhile, we will come back and see our Cloud Foundry space. Okay. So as you see this in this overview stage, you might have seen our uh, space has been created. Okay, let's say this dev space has been created already by default, or you can create also. So how much space they have given by default? I have given in trial account 4 GB of a space, which will be available to all of you. Okay, now when you go inside, come inside to deploy of your any application or to work with any of your application, you need to be member of your Cloud Foundry. So inside the members, cross check always. Of course, in your trial account, I told you, right? Trial account will give you almost 90% setup ready to you. Whatever additional thing you are making it, that only is going to be part of your additional changes or additional roles requirement. Otherwise, it is more of focused on the area of your working, not doing the background stuff that you can take care. But in case of enterprise version, you need to know. You have to be. I'm just for your information purpose again. So you need to have this. You should be member of your. Let's say you deploy. Let's say you are developing a CAP or any Fiori application, CAP application, or whatever you are trying to deploy, but you are not a part of your dead Cloud Foundry space. You will not be able to deploy it. It will throw you the error. You don't have authorization and something blah blah. Okay, so you always come here and add your ID as a member, and at least have a space developer role assigned to it. Okay, so this is the same thing which is also available here. Like before being the member of here, you need to be member of org members. Okay, you come back here in the Cloud Foundry and check for whether your ID is available, and you should be at least org user. Okay, org manager generally admins, but you should be at least org user. Then once your ID created here, then you can see your ID present under the space here. So you need to be part of this space as well as a member with the minimum role of a space developer. Then you can able to deploy here. Okay, so this is another dev environment requirements to your deployment perspective. Okay, or you can say development readiness perspective. Okay, now okay, cockpit. Okay, so let it load. Okay, so in my case of, if you see, I have a cap training already started. So this is my dev space, which is I am going to open it now. Okay, so now in my dev space, it will start preparing your development environment. So basically whatever workspace I have created and whatever I am going to make changes in my workspace with respect to my project, with respect to my development, whatever I am going to do it, I will be able to perform all this activity in my business application studio. Okay, so now let me finish this part first, and let's see. Yeah. Okay, so I'm here in the other trainer trial, and I have this. Okay. Now, so as one of the another topic to before I start the development part, there is something like we need to give you the complete overview of your business application studio, what all is about. Okay, so you guys might be aware of Web ID, SAP Web ID, SAP Web ID full stack now. So it used to be developed for majorly for Fiori apps development from the Fiori developer guys, but it has very much restricted in terms of SAP domain itself. Like you can do the development with respect to SAP environment of ERP system like Fiori and all these things. It has certain support for Java and all, but it was just again it was not so much powerful. Okay, but the business application studio, it is very much powerful as you compare to any of the software tool which is available in the market. For example, if you have seen VS Code, so look and feel wise, you will see this is the very much similar to VS Code. So VS Code is again a open source visual editor code where you can go and do the coding, which is very much famous in the area of all the developers who works in the web development area, especially those not for a web development. Of course, this is for like any other language development like Fiori UI5. You are doing the Java development, you are doing Python development, React JS, Angular,
So this is the one of the development tool which supports many other feature. That's where SAP has came up with this SAP BTP BAS tool. So this BAS tool basically is going to do the same kind of support which actually VS Code doing that, okay, in the background. So if in fact Business Studio has been built on something called replica of VS Code on top of Eclipse Thea is one of the version available, that is the replica of that tool. Okay, so that's why I said last time also you can actually do the development in Eclipse also, but don't do that. That's not recommended. Okay, so you already have a tool of dedicated to your development of such thing that you can do it. Otherwise, you have to do the established connectivity, lot of again here and there configuration you have to maintain, and then you have to do it right. So that's actually uh, hectic a little bit than you doing the in the, because you are already a part of your cloud system. You already have a platform available, so you can do the development in the same platform area, right? So that's the area you have it. So a little bit introduction about your BAS, what it does and all these things. Okay, so okay, now let's say what about a BAS? Okay, so of course, so BAS may we are going to develop your kind of cap, right? But what else it has? So some features we are a little bit discussing about that. So BAS is, as I mentioned, it is a kind of very focused environment, development environment for your development need of your business application. It is not restricted to any some form of restricted environment. You can do only such particular development. Basically, it is providing you by selecting, your workspace. When you're selecting it, you are selecting the type of tools which needed, right? You see in the left side, it was showing the default extension already installed. If you see in the right side, there are additional extension was available as a tool which you can add up in your workspace to make your workspace even more useful or powerful with respect to various development support, right? So for all this purpose, BAS is actually is a very much powerful in terms of various development tools, integration, and environment setup for your development. You don't have to worry about, okay, you need to actually find out those perspective. So now when we say like you see desktop, like our experience, if you see here, like the complete see the it has taken the complete space of my desktop, I mean our laptop, which will giving you not restricted to some kind of smaller space or the half of the screen you are using it. So basically it's giving you very much good enough of a space there you can actually perform all the stuff. So of course the dev space we have already created, like a workspace which is very much dedicated, and you see it will give you, but means BAS is what is saying you don't have to focus on creating or basically configuring your environment for development, right? Earlier, if you remember, if in when your Eclipse also people does that, they should a lot of connectivity. They install something, they again configure something, they connect, and then they do the development. So basically the setting up the dev environment itself is a very complex scenario, right? That's where we have a DevOps concept came into the picture, to ease your development, right? So DevOps team take care of all the development environment setup, and they will make as soon as easiest way of managing your application development cycle, right? So same way, so in case of BAS or nowadays whatever tool is coming in the market has been more focused on providing a less complexity in terms of development environment readiness, right? Otherwise, you may keep facing this here and there connectivity issue, library connectivity issue. You will be uh, unnecessarily wasting your time rather focusing on what your actual development is. So this is where BAS has been came is one of that part. Okay, so these are things we already discussed here. What are the information you need here? Okay, like a business to a developer and your extension, whatever admin role you need. So that part we already discussed, and then you can actually do that, right? Next way, let's say you have something called connectivity part, which we have to discuss here now. So see here in our scenario, or let's say of course, though in our case we are not having any database available, but in your production environment you will be having it. Okay, so this, you see the connectivity area, this is called cloud connector. Okay, So let's say I gave you today one example here, right? So if you are going to develop a wrap object here in enterprise system, okay, or I'm not talking about a web cloud, I'm talking about normal directly a wrap object, your wrap service you have exposed, and you wanted to do the side by side extension of your uh, apps development on the cloud, right? So how it will be going to be communicated? This is the area where your basis team or the person who has the roles to establish such kind of connectivity to from the backend system, they will communicate here, they will connect here some cloud connector. So what is cloud connector is? Cloud connector is a sort of very secure communication, okay, which has been established from your S4 system to on-premise, and on-premise to S4 system, or on-premise S4 system to cloud, or cloud to on-premise system. So basically it is creating a secure tunnel. Okay, if you see this diagram, it is a some kind of tunnel it gets created. Okay, if you see here is you have this, let's say, kind of connectivity you need here as a part of your backend connectivity establishment. So you can have your S4 on my system, SAP system, whatever you have n number of. You can have ECC system, you can have S4 on my system, or various database system you have. All the database you can actually connect through a cloud connector. This cloud connector will help you to fetch all the services which resides in your particular sub account, or sorry, in particular development environment. For example, let's say right now I am connected to my where I am connected to my dev system, so I must have my S4 dev system access, right? So that once this connectivity established, then I will go come back here and I will create a destination. Okay, so what is destination again? So destination is something which generally we create some sort of connection between your service consumption, right? So see, cloud connector is like a bridge. Okay, it creates a bridge here. You see here, it's like a bridge between your backend system and the SAP BTP cloud platform system. Okay, what is happening here is, so when you have created cloud connector, this through this cloud connector, which is a secure data connection, from this you will have access to your particular, what I say, services which has been exposed in your system. Let's say you have developed whatever service, right? So via this connection you need to create a destination, because that destination is responsible to fetch those services out of the system. This cloud connector is not enough only to fetch the records. Cloud connector becomes a bridge, and from the bridge, destination will define the path where you can actually go and create some sort of destination. For example, I'm creating, let's say you gave something like dev, okay, dev service, something you gave a name, okay, dev service. Now the type is HTTP. Description you can find out here, and here you can find whatever the path has been configured here. Under this cloud connector, there's some path will gets created. So let's say you get create HTTPS, okay, HTTP, okay, as colon, and something like some port will be like dev dot 443, okay, dot tcs dot com, something like that. It will be created like that. Some path will be generated here for your whatever dev system you are creating. Now, when you coming here, internet. So it has, if you are not putting any authentication, it will not ask you any authorization check. But generally, of course, in trial or something you are doing it, you may not need, because you are the only one who is managing it. But if in case of actual infrastructure, you need to have such kind of connectivity established, so that you should be authenticated user based on your some kind of authentication mechanism. Okay, so you can use something called based on your right now. Let's say if you're on premise, let's say your system connectivity you has for his system right now you have on premise, so you select as an on premise system, right? And in this case you will have a different mechanism is available: basic authentication, OAuth to client. Okay, so this thing is again a set of different set of credential which is used from the service layer
Remember what I've told you, service key and all. So those details gets passed here. Okay. Now let's say you have a different. These are different mechanism. It depends on your what kind of mechanism your organization use it based on the system or whatever the architecture has been decided. So largely use area is no authentication, which without any authentication, which is you assume it ki, okay, everything is secure. One is basic authentication where you have to pass your user credential and password. The another one is called some different way of doing authentication that you can do it. So in basic authentication, you see it here, you pass some of the user. So generally you have option, you can either pass a technical user ID and credential, or any admin ID user credential which you wanted to communicate your S4 system on behalf of every user. So you have those you can actually configure. This location ID again in the area of cloud connector. Let's say you have defined you have a n number of cloud connector. Let's say you have for ECC, you have for S4 system 1, S4 system 2, or any other backend system connectivity, right? And same system you will be going to configure in your different, let's say, quality and production system. Now, how you will be identifying that which system connectivity coming from where, because the path may remain the same. What you will do then in that scenario, you need to pass your location ID. Let's say I am saying here dev underscore location. So dev location is representing that okay, this connectivity is from the dev sub account. So that is additional part. This is the optional. This is not a mandatory part. This is required here. Once you establish all this information, I'm just taking right now. Let's say no authentication. I'm just putting it. I'm just saying here test destination. Okay, test desti. Let's say it's not a valid one. I'm just creating one. Now to communicate this, make it available to your business application studio in the BAS, you need to add some property. So there is something called web ID. Told you, web ID is still a name which is used on BTP so that it cannot confuse any new customer or existing customer with the property which has been changed. Okay, so you have to enable the Azure and then you have to say true. Then another property which you have to give it as a support. Okay, like say web id enabled and usage SAP client. Okay, as SAP client is again is pointing to what system you are pointing. Let's say you have a 200 system, right? You can actually add it. Then again you can add here SAP usage, okay, as a true. Again you can use it. Then you have something called for deployment perspective, you wanted to have some sort of timeout, you wanted to make it available, right? As a web id system, you can say it, you can say enabled, okay, or you can say as a true. Okay, this is also true as a flag, I guess you can use it. Okay, now we have another one which is called timeout. So timeout, like let's say you want to see like after 5 seconds, means this is the maximum time. This is in millisecond. Okay guys, okay, so this is the maximum second you can your service should fetch your uh, service from the backend system, or would be able to deploy your whatever you are trying to consume it. So these are the something configuration you need required, and then you say okay, save it. So this destination you are creating based on what has been configured here. If this connection has been established, then you check the connection. When you're checking the connection, it is a backend status could not be data. Of course, that's correct right now because there is no I have established any connection right now, correct? But this I can use it. This I can actually, if something is already connected already, then I would have got the success scenario. Okay, so in case of success scenario, I could have done those kind of stuff which is already available, and I would have like got the connection which is very much usage, and I can say that useful for me, and I could have done all this scenario already available. Okay, so now here what I am saying here is key your configuration. Okay, whenever you try to do any kind of backend connectivity, it has to flow from your cloud connector to destination system. Okay, then now there is one thing that you need to also I will make it available for you guys to understand here is something whenever you try, okay, to communicate with any of your auditor services, okay, or something which is already available, maybe let's say in the web like on the browser, or which is something um, like something which is available on the web, I mean what I'm saying browser level or open auditor service, that also you can actually
do that. So I'm giving one of the example which is very largely used in case of uh, what I'm saying. In the, let's say you don't have backend connectivity available, right? Let's say you don't have anything available right now, but how you can still, there is something called uh, odata.org. Okay, so it has something which is widely available, odata services available, they can use it, okay, from here. So they are, these people has generated some kind of northwind odata services. So here a lot of information you can find for your um, odata, a specific odata and information. I'm taking one of the example for the open odata source, which is the same exactly available in the web, which is freely available to you. You can use it for your practice purpose, and you can develop your Fury apps or anything you can develop here right now. And you, of course, you can also integrate into our CAP application just for learning purpose. How you can use anything which is available out of your system which you wanted to access. So I'm just giving you example. Let's say I'm trying to create one of the Northwind is one of the service name which is very widely used name. You might have heard it, which is available on the web. Okay, so what you see here, Northwind, type is destination. I am saying here, let's say Northwind. Okay, open destination. Okay, this is something which is freely available across. Now the path here, what you have to do is https, and this what you see here, services.odata.org. Okay, so odata.org, and here I will say this part I will remove it. It will be like services. Okay, services.odata.org. Yeah. Okay. So now this is the path which is available, which is globally available. So this path could have been changed if you have done Cloud Connector for any specific services. Now this is available not on premise, it is available on internet. So that's why you have to mention as a internet. And since it is available on internet, you don't have to basically do any sort of authentication, right? Because it's freely available for everyone. There is no such authentication required. Okay, so here, okay, there is no SAP client, not a specific to any SAP client. I'm going to use it. Okay, I have the only this thing enable here. Also system, we may not required here. Timeout is okay, fine. Enable is fine, true. And then one more thing what will be needed is system. We can just you can just leave it also. That is fine. There anything called something dynamic enabled HTTP web ID system. There you will be or you will have something HTML, which is make something available from your yeah, dynamic destination, right? This is something which is you have to make it true. Okay, so this is something, these are the something parameter which you can actually you can make it true, so that it will be going to available for your scenario. Okay, now you can use default JDK runtime, so that if you are not using it, you have to pass the trust location what you need to, whatever you have configured. This is again will be coming out of what configuration you have made in your platform. Generally we use default JDK runtime. Now I will say save. Now this is openly available on your internet. Now I can have a connection established. You see, connection has been established 200 system, right? So this is how we will be working for your another any kind of cloud connector. Now you might have a question, okay, this connectivity you have established with on-premise, do we need to do for cloud also? The answer is yes. Even for cloud database, what you have, you need to establish a connectivity. That scenario will become cloud to cloud. Right now in your here what we have is on-premise to cloud. It will become cloud to cloud, because this cloud connector is a bridge of any of your server which you want to use in your development. That's the reason it has to be cloud connector. Now, in case of your as let's say you have a SAP HANA database in cloud version, in that scenario also you will be going to have this connectivity, and you will be still going to create a destination. But generally in case most of the time it will be gets created automatically the moment you create a establish a HANA cloud connectivity from here. It's you may need not to worry about. It will be automatically gets created as a part of your destination service, right? Because this is already available on cloud, so it will start take care of that creation. But otherwise you may have to create manually also. Okay, so I hope you understood now. So via this connectivity, it could be on premise, it could be let's say as for HANA Cloud also. It's not only for or something, or it could be something internet based internet service. Okay, internet or data service. Anything. I am just saying, or I will just say internet. Okay, internet server. So something which is publicly available, that also you can. So every communication has to go through via your cloud connector, and it establishes your connectivity. Then you create a destination, and that destination you will be able to fetch in your BAS development, Business Application Studio. Okay, so there you can fetch it here. So this kind of destination fetching is required majorly in case of Fury and other apps development. May not much required for your CAP development, because CAP development may you, I will show you how you can actually provide this destination stuff which is required or not. Generally it's for productive environment, but in our case might not be required because we are using in the trial account. Okay, so that's the one thing, but that's the concept remain the same in case of if your productive environment we are using it. Okay, now this is about for Fury apps. I mean, I will so out of these Fury apps in our CAP development, we are also going to do the Fury apps. Even in your course curriculum also mentioned, we have to provide you the understanding difference between what is the difference when you are generating a Fury elements application here, and what is the Fury style difference application. Okay, so from the BAS you can actually develop both type of application. Fury application development, those application which is developed by either your with the help of CAP services or with the help of RAP services. Okay, or any API or data service which is available, which is having CDS or data annotation. Then you can use your Fury elements, and Fury elements having these four types of application. We will be discussing only for list report page development part, and all these application what we are developing is going to have your serious data methodology. Let's say as for HANA you do RAP programming, or if you do in the CAP application development, everywhere we have to use the one terminology which is common, which is nothing but your CDS and OData annotation. If you do not have CDS OData annotation, then we are having option to create the same Fury application with free style, where you have to create any like every UI component what you see in the you have to actually write the code for it, right? But in Fury elements, if you have a CDS annotation layer available, 80 to 70% of your UI, like your list report page, your object page, majorly 80, almost 80% gets generated from your backend service itself. So your UI development or UI extension will be focused on what additionally is change required. Let's say you may have to put some button, you have to put some field, you may have to hide something, you may have to handle the user accessibility. So those things only you have to customize as a part of your side-by-side extension, or you can integrate any third-party integration in your application. So it depends on how you want to handle it. Okay, so all these things you can actually very much manage, and you can actually do that things here. Okay, so now you have a SAP UI5 workload. These are the different types of again template available that you can actually develop and design. What do you have? Okay, so these are some comparison between what are the things you do here. Let's say web ID you might have worked it. So these are a certain comparison has been mentioned. Like if you want to do is BAS may you can do CAP, but web ID you cannot do the CAP. So if somebody using it, so it's available on BTP only, but it's on new environment. Earlier it was SCP. Okay, it was not. There's something called SAP Cloud Platform. Okay, SCP. So now whatever was it inside the SCP, it is a part of now BTP. So BTP new environment and BTP Cloud Foundry environment. So this is nothing but Cloud Foundry environment. What I say, CO means Cloud Foundry environment. Okay. Now support HANA Cloud by default BAS, but web ID doesn't support HANA Cloud deployment. Okay, because there is no HANA deployment actually configured for web ID, so it doesn't support. So anybody who is having any organization which is using web ID full stack, they will be very much restricted to only Fury application development. They cannot do app development for a CAP
CAP service development, and they cannot even do a HANA based specific data modeling. So this thing what we have to do. Okay, so all these are the major differences. What you I will not go into depth, but you can just see that part. And yeah, these are the certain differences in terms of that we will discuss when we are doing that kind of when we are deep diving into our business application studio. So I hope this small introduction to your BAS gave you one example to understand how it looks like. Okay, all right. So okay, so now see, I generally when you first time when you open your business studio, you will see this blank white page as screen is coming up. But you may have a question ki, hey, can we customize it? Okay, can we make it something available, right? Can we do something, make it little bit beautiful? Okay, so now you see everything in the left, right? How I can see if you clone, you have a file, edit, all these options coming here. Okay, so you have that option you can do. Come to the right section. If you guys have not done that part, you just check that. Come to right section, customize layout. Click on that. You say menu visibility as a, just remove this. I can just click OK. Okay, and just leave it and just refresh it. So whatever the icon bar you were seeing in the left side, right, as a three line icon, you will be now able to see those option which is available as part of your as a icon you can see on the top itself, right? So that is one change you can see. Another change, if you want to see it here, that you can go back to here, like in the area of setting. Here you can actually do some sort of setting in terms of like theming you want to do. Sometimes if you want to do some different kind of setup you wanted to have. So I generally use some different theme. So I have a color theme here option available. You can come here and check what are the themes you wanted to work with. So dark visual studio and dark modern dark visual studio. So generally I use this. So it will just beautify your, it has little bit dark background what is available for your development you can see. And you can be able to, I mean basically it's a white background, right? So you want it to have or this part, or probably you can also check this dark visual. Okay, so this is also a little bit the same. Only difference will come in the coloring part of some of the uh, words will come in yellow, some of the words will come in those little bit blue and black, something like that. Okay, now when you are starting any project here right now, you have these many options. You can either direct import any of the project which is available for your system, or you have something files and folders what you want to directly import in your project as a part of your files. And if you have a git repository available, you can directly import that code from the git repository. Or if you have something as a, you wanted to create from the template, right? So which the template which I have shown you here, right? This is one of the template which I have shown you here, is something like you can see that like bash you have, right? Fury you have import. So these are the one of the deployment for Fury only. So similar way you will have for CAP, right? So CAP also you can do the development. Okay, so I mean this was okay designed for Fury, but you will have option for CAP also. So for CAP development also, again, you have option from template. So before I start this, there's another part which you can see here. Come back to extension. This is your extension part. Okay. Let's say due to some of the feasibility in your code, you wanted to have it, check that, okay, I need some additional extension. Okay, extension tool. So these are the extension tool you can see here. You can directly add on Python here, GitHub you wanted to add, or anything whatever you are looking for. ESLint check, your code check, Java check if you want to do. So any additional extension which was available apart from while creating a dev space, if you wanted to have another set of those check, you can actually do it from here. You can actually go and check it and install out of this. Okay, so you will be going to have such kind of additional extension available that you can use it and you can perform it here. Okay, so that extension part you can take care of it. And then if you see here again, this is the area of Cloud Foundry which will decides your what which kind of services application you are bound to. You can see here, of course after login you will be able to see what kind of services listed out in your cockpit Cloud Foundry information. So you have to log in and then check it here again. What are the application you have deployed? if you have any application you have deployed, you can actually see from here also. Even though you don't have access to cockpit, you can actually see everything from here. Only thing I told you now that you should be member of your Cloud Foundry, you should be have that roles and all these required things. Okay. Now, if you come here is Git lens. Okay, this is again for GitHub and all. We can leave it part. This is again run parameter. This is the different perspective that you can leave it. Okay, now source control again. This is for GitHub stuff you wanted to manage, and this is the main area of your project explorer where you actually come and explore the what are the project you have created. You can come from here. You can either work on a single project at a time, or you can actually work or open a multiple projects at the same time. Okay, best way of working is you select only those application or working in things scenario which you are going to work in a particular workspace. So just open that application so that it will not create any navigation issue like you see here, right? You have a not terminal, you have a go. So if you have multiple projects open, so you have to always specify which for which projects you have to open the terminal. Terminal means the CLI command which you use it. Okay, which is very much powerful and it's very widely used in um, our development, in CAP development and FOE development where is okay. Similar way, if you can see here in case of like what are the different areas. So here you have file, you can go and open any particular file out of the project. You can directly import some project from your local system. You can open folder means you have a path, right? You can actually go and open, just for example, if you say folder, so you have a home user and then you have a projects, right? So if you run right now, if you run it, it is blank because there is no projects. So it will fetch all the projects you have created. So see, right now there is no projects. But let's say I wanted to have a specific uh, a specific project only to open, right? So let's say I'm giving let's say path projects, and let's say I have some sort of project name as a cap something. So I would have seen this list here, I would have okay, then that project only would have opened here. So that kind of each has been given here so that you can be easily focused on what project you are working upon and what you need to focus on that, right? Similar with from the view, you will be going to open a command palette. Means like something which you want. Let's say you wanted to import something, right? So is there option import profile, import project here. Let's say you wanted to, due to some reason, let's say this part has been closed here, right? So you want to go again of command palette and you search for template. You see open template wizard, so it will again go and open your template wizard here again in this. So you can see lot many things here. I mean, if you want to edit you want to display the layout in different way, right? You wanted to have a different extension to be used problem. So a lot of things are there. Not everything we are going to discuss you. The widely used things I'm just showing you. This is again for run perspective. If you wanted to run from this option from here, what we have for such a specific configuration with debugging all these options, you can do it. Otherwise, you can directly run from the terminals. This terminal again, I've told you, this is more of like writing the command line interface when you are putting some kind of CLI command to run some kind of information that will be helpful for this. Help tool is again, it is up to you if you wanted to know some more information about what are the information is present. You wanted to have some help support from there you can do. So pretty much so bash, if you see now, it's a very it's a big tool and project which has been designed to for all the developers who can focus on their development. You need not to worry about anything apart from your connectivity and roles required, but not anything which is going to hamper any of your expertise or any of your environment readiness perspective. So that is the best part of your bash what we have right now. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP BTP service is typically used for authentication and authorization in CAP applications? Option A, XSUAA, Cloud Application Programming Model. Option B, HANA Cloud. Option C, Kaima Runtime. Option D, Application Gateway. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, looking to ace your supply management game? Our SAP BTP with CAP course is here to guide you through. You can go through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we dive into SAP BTP with CAP, a powerful toolkit for planning everything from ensuring we've got enough products to get them where they need to be. We cover everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced techniques. Our content is created by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience. They're here to support your learning journey and address any questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part, it's budget friendly. This amazing learning opportunity won't put a dent in your wallet. Ready to become a SAP BTP with CAP Whiz? Enroll on our page now. For more details, hop over to ZaranTech's website